փորձառությամբ եւ ներկայացրեցին յուրաքանչյուրն իրենց երկրում տիրող իրավիճակը, օրենսդրական բարեփոխումները եւ էներգոարդյունավետության բարձրացման ուղղությամբ կատարվող աշխատանքները։ Պիտի նշեմ, որ ներկայացված զեկույցներից շատերում էներգոարդյունավետության բարձրացման տարբեր խնդիրներն ու դրանց լուծման ուղղությամբ կատարված առաջարկները կարող են շատ օգտակար եւ կիրառելի դառնալ մեր համար, մեր երկրի համար, ինչի համար շնորհակալ ենք զեկուցողներից։ Ընդհանուր առմամբ քաղաքաշինության ոլորտում էներգոարդյունավետության բարձրացման խնդիրները կարող ենք բաժանել ըստ շենքերի։ Առաջի խումբը դրանք նոր կառուցվող, նոր նախագծվող շենքերն են, շինություններն են։ Երկրորդ խումբը դրանք գոյություն ունեցող, շահագործվող շենքերն են։ Նոր նախագծվող եւ կառուցվող շենքերի դեպքում, ինչպես շատ երկրներում, մեր երկրում եւս առաջնային խնդիրներից մեկը կայանում է նրանում, որ նախագծման փուլում շատ դեպքերում կամ ընդհանրապես կամ ոչ բավարար մակարդակով է կարևորվում էներգոարդյունավետության, էներգոխնայողության գործոնը, ինչը բոլորիս համար վերջում խնդիր է դառնում։ Այս պարագայում մենք որպես քաղաքաշինության ոլորտը կարգավորող պետական մարմին պետք է ամեն ինչ անենք, որ ճարտարապետությունը եւ նախագծման մյուս բաժինները պարտադիր կերպով դառնան էներգախնայողության ռազմավարության գլխավոր բաղադրիչներից մեկը։ Ինչ վերաբերում է արդեն գոյություն ունեցող շենքերին, շահագործվող շենքերին, այստեղ կարծում եմ խնդիրները այլ են, մասնավորապես բազմաբնակարան շենքերի դեպքում հիմնական առաջնային խնդիրներից մեկը դա պատասխանատվությունն է, պատասխանատվության որոշումն է կամ կիսելն է։ Այս հարցում մենք ունենք այս հիմնահարցի լուծման տեսակներից մեկը մենք որոշեցինք իրականացնել անձնագրավորման գործընթացով։ Քաղաքաշինության կոմիտեն նախաձեռնել է մի շարք օրենսդրական փոփոխությունների փաթեթ, որը շրջանառվեց եւ ունենք կառավարության նախնական դրական դիրքորոշումը եւ վերջնական դրական դիրքորոշում ունենալուց հետո մենք հուսով ենք շատ արագ կկարողանանք գործողության մեջ դնել շենքերի անձնագրավորման գործընթացը։ Անձնագրավորման գործընթացը թույլ կտա մեզ գնահատել գոյություն ունեցող շենքերի ինչպես օրինակ ճարտարապետական կամ կոնստրուկտիվ լուծումները կամ սեյսմակայունությունը, այնպես էլ շենքի էներգախնայողության, էներգոարդյունավետության ցուցանիշները ճիշտ գնահատել եւ ճիշտ գնահատումը դա կարծում ամենակարևորն է գոյություն ունեցող շենքերի դեպքում, քանի որ ճիշտ գնահատական ունենալով մենք կարողանանք հետագայում ճիշտ լուծումներով բարձրացնել մեր էներգոարդյունավետության ցուցանիշները։ Ուզում ամփոփել խոսքս, շատ չօգտագործել մեր ժամանակը։ Մեկ անգամ եւս ուզում կարևորել այս համաժողովի թեման։ Կարծում եմ ակնհայտ է, որ ողջ աշխարհում էներգոարդյունավետության, էներգախնայողության հիմնահարցերը առաջնային դիրքերում են, մեր երկրում եւս։ Ուզում մեկ անգամ եւս շնորհակալություն հայտնել կարևոր այս թեման, այս համաժողովը կազմակերպելու համար մեր կազմակերպիչներից։ Ուզում շնորհակալություն հայտնել բոլոր մասնակիցներին, զեկուցողներին։ Հուսով եմ, որ բոլորիս համար օգտակար էր համաժողովը եւ բոլորս ստացանք մեզ հուզող հարցերի պատասխաններ։ Շնորհակալություն, այսքանը։
Thank you, Mr. Grigoryan. I would say very inspiring opening for this session. You setting the tone for the discussions we will have today in the morning and then later in the afternoon. I would like to go over what we are planning to talk about today briefly, and then make a very short presentation, kind of an overview of what we at UNECE, at the Sustainable Energy Division, have done in the course of last almost 2 years, working in the area of energy efficiency in buildings, particularly on building standards. We know that improving energy efficiency in buildings is one of the most cost-effective options for meeting growing energy demand and reducing greenhouse gas emissions in pretty much all countries. The workshop that we will have today will present findings of the regional and national studies on implementation of energy efficiency standards in the countries, results of the trainings on high-performance energy efficiency standards in buildings, activities to enhance network of experts from public and private sectors on energy efficiency in buildings in the UNECE region. The workshop will discuss how the best practices that are available and how the guidelines that we have can be better implemented to address the issues of energy efficiency in buildings in the UNECE member states. I would like to ask colleagues over there to put up the presentation. Please. Thank you. It's under. That's not the one. While colleagues are looking for the correct presentation, I will start talking about it. For the last approximately year and a half, or almost 2 years, that's the one, we have been working on a project enhancing national capacities to develop and implement energy efficiency standards for buildings in the UNECE region. If you could do it in the, yes, thank you. And the next slide. I don't know if I have, yes, I do, thank you. Yeah, okay. So what have been done under this project since mid-2020? Again, it was difficult times in terms of relatively low opportunity for us to do something in person like we have today, which is very good, and I'm very happy and grateful to the colleagues in Armenia for making this available. So a lot of things we have started doing had to be done online. But then let me go briefly over what has been done. We have done a study on gap analysis between the performance objectives that are set forth in the framework guidelines for energy efficiency standards in buildings and current energy efficiency standards and their implementation in the countries of Southeastern and Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, Central Asia, and in the Russian Federation. And the author of the gap analysis is Nadezhda Khamrakulova, who is here today. We have done 2 workshops for stakeholders from energy and housing sectors that were intended to validate the results of the gap analysis. And then the second one looked and discussed and launched both the regional study and 3 national studies. The national studies we have done in 3 focus countries under this project, and they are Armenia, Kyrgyzstan, and the Republic of Moldova. And we are happy to have representatives of all 3 countries with us here today. Then the next, so after we had these studies, regional and national, that gave, I would say, quite rich food for thought and analysis of what is happening, how it is happening, and what can be done. Based on those studies and based on the development of a curriculum, 3 training seminars were held on high performance energy efficiency standards in buildings in these 3 countries, in Armenia, Kyrgyzstan, and Moldova. They took place at the end of last year and early this year. The training facilitator is Matija Vaidic, who is also with us today. We will hear about what were the most important issues discussed, what was the biggest interest from those who attended seminars, and so on. Let me try to, yeah, okay, that worked. On the ongoing activities, we're close to the end of the project. The project ends this month, and we still have a few things to finalize before we can say the project is complete. One is a collaborative environment and database of experts on energy efficiency in buildings in the UNECE region. Well, essentially, this can never be completed or final. This is a living thing. This is something that is for you and for others who work in this area to have access to use as a tool to communicate among yourselves. And again, Nadezhda and I think Lisa will speak more about this activity. The next one is in different color. It is an ongoing activity, but it will be finished today. It's the workshop for which we all gathered here today. And finally, an impact study on how to better implement best practices and guidelines developed by UNECE and other activities that UNECE has to address the issues of energy efficiency in buildings. We have started working on it early this year, and we hope to complete it this month. We are now in the process of conducting interviews with stakeholders of the project. A few interviews have been already done here in Yerevan. There will be more online interviews, and also a questionnaire has been sent out to the stakeholders. Essentially, we want to know what this project has brought to the countries of the UNECE region, how much it helped, and what needs to be done after it ends, what needs to be done later. All the information on the project, full information, all the activities, both completed and planned, are available on the project webpage. You have it here, and my understanding is that this is kind of a snapshot of one of the pages. You have access to gap analysis and national studies, collaborative environment, workshops and trainings. Impact study doesn't have a link yet because we haven't finished it, but it will be available soon. So with this, I would like to finish the opening part of this workshop and give the floor to the moderator of the session, Enhancing National Capacities to Develop and Implement Energy Efficiency Standards in Buildings in the UNECE region, Mr. Vahram Jalalyan, Project Coordinator at UNDP, a project that is implemented with Green Climate Fund. He is also a co-chair of the joint task force on energy efficiency in buildings that UNECE has. It's a joint task force among the 2 committees, Committee on Sustainable Energy and Committee on Urban Development, Housing and Land Management. Vahram, please, and I would like to ask colleagues who are present here, who are part of this session, Nadezhda Khamrakulova, Ruzana Damian, Maksat Amiraev, Andrei Ohanyan, and Sergiu Robu to come to the podium, please. Thank you.
So, dear colleagues, good morning once again. After this nice forward and welcoming remarks by regional advisor, I can just continue that during this panel, we will discuss whatever was done and is probably planned to do within this thematic in the three countries where UNECE has conducted in-depth analysis with a tailored recommendations for those countries, which were based on the study. We have two representatives for each country, one representing the government of the country, like the beneficiary part, and the other representative from the expert community who was involved in development of the in-depth analysis for that country. With this, I would give the floor to Ms. Nadezhda Khamrakulova, UNECE Project Officer, for presenting the regional national status on gap analysis. And then we have like 50 minutes for all the session. So we'll try to keep like 5-7 minutes per person. Nadezhda, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vakram, for giving me the floor. And I would like to welcome all participants of this workshop. As Oleg mentioned earlier, this is the final workshop of the project, and we would like to introduce or one more time present the outcomes that have been done and undertaken in this project. So I will present. I would like to say briefly the activities on the regional and national studies that have been done earlier in this project. Let me try to, yes. I will start with the regional study that was looking into the gap analysis between the performance objectives set in the framework guidelines for energy efficiency standards in buildings. These are the framework guidelines adopted by ECE, and they are of the recommendative nature, but however they serve as they call the guidelines to show what would be the let's say the recommended what would be the recommended action towards including the high performance standards in buildings in the countries. The study looked from a perspective of how the existing energy efficiency standards in 17 countries of Southeastern Europe, Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and Caucasus and the Russian Federation, how they implement those standards that exist currently and how those standards correspond to the objectives of the framework guidelines that I mentioned just now. The study looked at what are the gaps in between the existing requirements for energy efficiency standards and how those standards are implemented and enforced. As a result, the study identified barriers and provide recommendations how possibly those barriers could be, those existing gaps could be bridged. Again, the study is available online, and you can always consult it on our website. The common elements that are the findings or the part of findings of this analysis include various findings. For example, the strengths that are common for different countries that were looked for 17 countries include the quite well-developed framework legislation within all countries, the existence of mandatory building codes in many countries, also the existence of the laws on energy performance in buildings, and providing some sort of financial incentives. However, I will speak a bit more about this, that these financial incentives are present, but they're perhaps not enough in many countries also. The common weakness, what we call, but it's not weakness, it's probably the part of things on which we need to work more, in which direction to work or to concentrate further attention. That would include several common for 17 countries. And that would include that we need to look in more details about the building sector, which is one of the most biggest consumers among other sectors in many countries, that it would also require work on additional activities. For example, in many countries, and it was mentioned yesterday, we have lack of activities of ESCOs, or the ESCO sector is not developed in countries. We have also sometimes the problem that legislation exists. However, the enforcement of legislation is not either being enough done, or it's needs some adjustment in legislation in order to address the current trends, or the required changes in the countries, and also requires improvement of the compliance with building energy codes. The opportunities are also present in many countries that leads to the existence and the activities of the energy agencies, energy efficiency agencies in many countries, that would provide possibility to focus more on energy efficiency and the implementation and enforcement of the existing legislative and regulatory framework in the countries. The existence of the mandatory regular inspections that many countries have also in their let's say, as a requirement for the enforcement of energy efficiency standards in countries, that's providing opportunities. The question of the energy tariffs, which may provide an additional incentives when they are increasing in countries, and incentives to improve and make more energy efficiency measures in countries available. I will not probably go into all of them. We included also common threats, which are just saying threats again, but it's something probably that could provide more barriers, or that could be also improved in the countries comparing to the current situation. Let me go quickly. Again, the findings of the report says that majority of performance-based requirements in the that are present in the building energy codes are actually existing. And you see that here, this table shows the overview of all countries, where it says that majority of them indeed are observed in countries, and that they need that they're already present. However, and that goes to my next slide, the requirements to identify energy performance gap, this is showing totally different situation, where a lot of requirements are not either existing or not present in the countries, or not introduced, like, for example, the use of IPMVP, the use of EPB standards, the use of certain softwares for compliance verification. That is not present in many countries. I would say it's not present in most of the countries, and that's probably the areas where we need to look more. The studies again compared the situation, how the framework guidelines looking into it, and what they're proposing as the energy performance, let's say, kind of not standardized, but the generalized view of the energy performance in terms of the high standards, and how it addressed to existing buildings and how they addressed to the newly constructed buildings in the countries. You can see from this table presented on the slide that when we look into new buildings, and the existing requirements in countries actually quite address this situation, that they aim to be very high performant, they aim to be even almost net zero energy performance. But however, when we're looking at the existing stock, this is what is posing most of the problem, that in many countries, the energy consumption of existing buildings is very high, and that is not already corresponding to, again, if we're comparing to the situation with the indicated in the framework guidelines. As I said, that the study identified barriers. We started to talk about these barriers yesterday, or bottlenecks also, that we and that are present, the study identified, let's say, three categories, main categories of barriers: regulatory and institutional, economic, which would include both financial and market barriers, and behavioral, which would include mostly the capacity building and the requirement for awareness raising. I will not again go into very detailed, we will have more discussion on it today. The study presented recommendation. The recommendations were divided into three categories: on the strategic guidance, more looking into design and construction, and on the management side. Again, I probably will not stop on each of it. You can find it online. We will have discussion today more on how to address those recommendations in the countries. As Oleg mentioned earlier, we conducted also in the framework of this project 3 national studies in Armenia, in Kyrgyzstan, and the Republic of Moldova. We do have the consultants who were doing those studies with us and also online. I would not stop on all this probably national studies that deep again, but just to mention that those national studies also looked in the situation, how the energy efficiency standards are, whether they're present, how are they implemented, and again, how they correspond to the performance objectives of the framework guidelines. Each of the study provided the country-specific recommendations on possibilities how to bridge the identified gaps, the gaps that were identified for each country respectively. The studies we also have online, they are available in English and in Russian, and you have the link here also. Again, I included the slides for each of the country, but I probably will just briefly mention here that for Armenia, the certain actions were recommended also based on the identified gaps. You can see here, they are not, they have their specificity for the countries. However, I would say that if we're looking into 3 national studies and the regional analysis altogether, the recommendations are in a very similar directions. So it says, to us, it says that the problems are actually quite common in all countries that were looked at. Also here I listed for the national study in Kyrgyzstan, the recommendations were looked at from two categories of recommendations that would start from a strategic point of view, looking into ways how to solve problem strategically, and also moving after that into the technical level to identify how the strategic recommendation can help already after to implement technical recommendations. And also for Moldova, there were identified specific country, let's say, country-specific needs that would go from the requirement to implement the national targets that the country also took the national target set for itself, and also it was looking into different aspects, for example, like the certification, like the requirement to introduce minimum energy performance standards. And as all of the studies looked at the awareness side and the capacity building, it's all present that the requirements in this sphere, not requirements, recommendations in this sphere says that the work with stakeholders in the building sector should be done more. The work on awareness raising with general public should be done also, should be done more and focused on this. Well, at this point I will stop, and I hope we will have a fruitful discussion further to speak about those recommendations that I briefly mentioned from the studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadezhda. We now will start the panel discussion on implementation of the recommendations of the regional and national studies, as Nadezhda just presented. We have 6 panelists today, representative of Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, Republic of Moldova. 4 of us are physically here, and 2 of the experts will join us or already have joined us online. And we will try to keep the time schedule with around 5-6 minutes per person to fit, because after the panel session we have more interesting presentations on this topic. So I will start with a question which will ask if anything was done in the countries recently to ensure the development of energy efficiency policies or for their adjustment to the local context. I can recall yesterday or the day before that we were talking with Maksat on a break for the energy audit procedure in your country, etc. But we didn't reach to this point. So maybe we can start with the Kyrgyzstan example. So what are the recent developments in your country?
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники семинара. Во-первых, хочу выразить огромную благодарность ЕКО в лице Олега Джибинского, Надежды Хамракуловой за огромную проделанную работу в рамках данного проекта. Действительно, большая работа была сделана, проанализировано много документов, и данный документ позволяет нам говорить о том, что где мы находимся в вопросе энергоэффективности в нашей стране. Да? Также хочу поблагодарить Ваграма Дилаляна, ее команду за такой добродушный и прекрасный прием в городе Ереване. Хочу отметить, что вопросы энергоэффективности в нашей стране в последние годы становятся более значимыми и актуальными. В связи с чем это связано, хочу сказать, что жилищный фонд нашей республики где-то 85 миллионов квадратных метров составляет. И за последние годы крен потребления первичной энергии, он сдвинулся в сторону вот этих зданий. Да? Около 60% всей выработанной первичной энергии потребляется нашими зданиями. Поэтому, как пословица говорит, сэкономленные деньги – это заработанные деньги, то есть сэкономленная энергия – это равно выработанной энергии. Да? В республике, одном из первых в Центральной Азии, мы приняли закон об энергетической эффективности здания. Это было в 2011-2012 году, она вступила в силу, но, к сожалению, на протяжении десятилетий, последних 10 лет, очень долго шел этап подготовительный, да, такой. Были приняты ряд нормативных актов, подзаконных актов, выработаны строительные нормы. И хочу отметить, что с 2013 года ряд по тепловой защите здания, как бы работа ведется, но, как наш эксперт Михаил Торпов говорил, в плане инженерики нету комплексного у нас подхода. В этом году, в прошлом году, мы успешно выдали около 20 сертификатов независимым энергоаудиторам. Я представляю Госстрой, Государственное агентство архитектуры, строительства и жилищно-коммунального хозяйства. Я работаю в качестве заведующего отдела развития и мониторинга ЖКХ. В круг задач моего отдела много вопросов входит, и один из основных вопросов – это вопрос энергоэффективности. Мы организовали у нас в агентстве аттестацию претендентов энергоаудиторы. Он проходит у нас 2 этапа, то есть тестирование. Далее, по результатам собеседования, если претенденты получают хорошие баллы, то мы выдаем, вот мы выдали уже 20 сертификатов. Что это дает этому человеку, энергоаудитору? Это уже дает, как установлено в нашем законе, для всех вновь построенных зданий без энергетического сертификата они не имеют права вводить в эксплуатацию. То бишь это требование уже с 2022 года. Наш сертификат здания, он предполагает, у нас есть 7 классов, и правительство установило минимальный класс для вновь построенных и реконструируемых зданий. Это класс Б, довольно такой амбициозный и такой высокий показатель. На самом деле мы теперь хотим узнать, да, насколько вот эти проектные решения, при которых были построены новые дома, потому что у нас тоже бум, вот как и в Армении, я вижу, и во многих государствах бум строительства идет, и мы хотим понять, да, на самом деле они соответствуют классу Б, но этот процесс уже пошел. и мы хотим увидеть, где у нас упущение, да? Вот практически начинаем эту реализацию. Вот на такой стадии мы находимся, и дальше в результате вот этого вот исследования, то есть практической деятельности энергоаудиторов, мы уже приступим непосредственно анализу анализу проектных решений. Возможно, может у нас там упущение, да, в процессе проектирования, хотя наши строительные нормы предполагают, чтобы все проекты имели энергетический паспорт этого проекта, то есть четкие установленные нормы есть. Вот здесь у нас еще предстоит огромная работа, то есть мы в начале этого пути. И хочу сказать, что вот эти все вопросы, которые мы сейчас делаем, она подвигает потихонечку к комплексному решению по реновации старого нашего жилья, которое построено еще в советское время. Это панельки наши. Есть у нас 105 106 серии, так мы обозначаем, они очень холодные зимой, то есть они строились без утепления. И как это все осуществить силами только собственников зданий, то есть граждан, это очень тяжело осуществимо, поэтому мы в правительственном документе заложили вопросы по созданию механизма капитального ремонта этих домов, создание фонда энергоэффективности при помощи револьверного, при помощи которого мы могли бы этап за этапом реанимировать наши здания. Этот процесс у нас уже пошел. Мы думаем, что также в этом году у нас предстоит разработка большой комплексной программы вопросы энергосбережения в нашей республике. Это совместно с Министерством энергетики. Хочу отметить, что предыдущая программа, она не была выполнима, потому что много есть причин, и есть такие барьеры по продвижению вопросов энергоэффективности в нашей стране. Это институциональные. Дело в том, что вопросом энергоэффективности занимается два ведомства. Это наше агентство и главное – это Министерство энергетики. И вот такой, как хотелось бы, устойчивой связи, к сожалению, нету. Это вопрос еще и институализации. Специалист, который уходит, он уходит своим багажом, знанием и опытом. И как бы передачи такого, выпадает вот эта вот вещь у нас. И мы поднимаем вопрос создания определенного агентства, потому что вопрос энергоэффективности у нас очень острый. Если республика раньше, я имею в виду, производство покрывало потребность, сейчас, к сожалению, мы импортируем электроэнергию, особенно в зимний период, к сожалению, у нас 20% уже не хватает электроэнергии. Такая же ситуация, я так думаю, в наших соседних странах, но благодаря нынешнему руководству, благодаря хорошим взаимоотношениям, вопросы вот в зимний, летний период мы как-то вот потребление энергии как-то вот налажено пока. Но нам надо республике в целом думать о выработке первичной энергии. Как вы знаете, в Кыргызстане чистая электроэнергия, она гидроэлектроэнергия. На каскаде реки Нарын построены еще в советское время большие электростанции.
Но перед тем, как вырабатывать энергию, надо подумать о том, как ее сберечь.
Вот в том-то и дело, что я недаром я сказал, что пословица – это сэкономленная энергия, это выработанная энергия.
Поэтому на самом деле сэкономленная энергия, она дешевле, чем выработанная энергия. Спасибо большое.
Да.
Максат, может быть, тогда мы обратимся к Михаилу Торопову, если у него есть добавление к этому вопросу по вашей стране. Михаил, вы на связи?
Добрый день, коллеги. Меня слышно?
Слышно, слышно.
Еще раз здравствуйте. Очень сожалею, что не могу присутствовать лично. Ну, хотел поделиться своими наблюдениями. На самом деле я за мероприятием внимательно следил в течение этих 2 дней. И ну, к моей радости нахожу схожие проблемы в разных странах. И то есть не то чтобы я рад проблемам, я рад их сходству. И мне кажется, это сходство может нам помочь решить эти проблемы совместно. И, в общем-то, по поводу ситуации, мне кажется, Максат очень полно ее описал, наши достижения, нашу ситуацию. Возможно, одно из наших отличий – это действительно неустойчивая и не до конца выстроенная институциональная структура. Но хочется надеяться, что подвижки в этом направлении тоже будут сделаны. И те слова, которые были сказаны другими участниками по поводу создания, то есть, ну и опыта создания в других странах единых окон, консалтинговых центров, мне кажется, вот очень важным могло бы быть. И та работа, которая уже ведется UNECE по поводу организации платформы, да, и базы данных специалистов, это хороший, мне кажется, шаг к объединению, к обмену опытов, чтобы каждая из республик все-таки, по крайней мере, на примере нашей республики можно говорить о том, что у нас все-таки потенциал именно человеческий, специалистов, он ограничен. И если бы мы могли, допустим, разделить сферы ответственности и обмениваться информацией, полученной по той или иной сфере, и применять ее в разных странах, в разных республиках, мне кажется, это было бы хорошим решением. Вот в таком ключе я хотел сказать.
Спасибо большое, Михаил. Let's continue. Let's continue to Republic of Moldova, and do we have Nikolai Magdil online?
Nikolai first or I first? Nikolai speaks first.
Okay, then I can address the question to you, and then he can come up with addition. The question is same. I mean, anything about the recent developments in your country on energy efficiency policies?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, thanks to all organizers for this wonderful conference and for inviting me. And the Republic of Moldova did substantial steps for contributing to climate target. And our Paris Agreement, it is to the commitment, it is to reduce environmental or CO2 emission by 70% by 2030. Now, this commitment was done in 2014, of course, after Paris. And the first question was to start to update the energy strategy of the country to align it with the climate objective. And this work, it is in progress, but at the expert level discussion, it is that maybe it is not good to start now to update the energy strategy 2030, and let's better to focus on development of NECP, National Energy and Climate Plan. Why? Because an energy strategy, it is a long-term document, and it should look maybe to year 2050, because it's a strategic document. When it comes to NECP, it's more medium-term document that should look into the project action plan and project development by 2030. So, development of NECP. Next step important, which was done by the Republic of Moldova, it was immediately after the study was completed to start to update the law on energy efficiency. So, of course, in cooperation with the Energy Community Secretariat, and to update this law to new EU Directive 2019. Now, next step, it is law on energy performance of the building. According to this law, all new public buildings must be nearly zero building energy buildings. And the key message here is that we must be near zero energy buildings if this is economically feasible. And economically feasible, it is not really the case for the Republic of Moldova until recent times, because the energy prices comparing to other countries, it is relatively low. And this low energy prices doesn't make possible to promote energy high performance energy efficiency projects. But this situation is changing. And next, it is about ESCO. ESCO, we rely very much on ESCO development in the country because the project beneficiaries do not have capacity to develop high performance energy efficiency projects. I speak about either residential sector or public building sector, because the process of the good project development, it is much difficult than it looks like from the first stage. So here comes, we continue ESCO promotion in Moldova, although we have, according to the law, mandatory, ESCO, it is an instrument that should be implemented in the country. And I will skip the message about capacity development because it's a common issue for all countries. This is very important point also underlined by our colleagues. And if it comes to financing of energy efficiency projects, when we have developed an energy efficiency project and try to financially estimate this project, sometimes it happens that the approval of this project, it is negative, it is rejected because it is more expensive comparing to our energy performance, low energy performance. For example, if we build a new school and the energy consumption, it is 110 kilowatt hour per square meters. This is the indicator of our law, of our secondary codes. Now, if we have a very advanced document and we propose 25 kilowatt hours per square meter, of course, this will increase very much the cost. And sometimes these projects are rejected because of this reason. And here the subject of financing instruments, it is in place. And Moldova, from starting this year, merged the fund. We do have the fund for energy efficiency. And now, in order to better coordinate the projects, including the projects in the energy efficiency, the country merged the fund for energy efficiency, fund for social investment fund, climate fund. So all these funds goes together in order to have a better possibility to implement the project. Yes, I know the time. So a few words about digitalization. Why digitalization and data management, it is very important for us to implement at the demand side level, because if a final consumer, buildings, will have digital control of data and energy consumption, this will enable us to build smart grids. Smart grids, if they will be implemented, will enable us to use at the maximum level the renewable energy sources, which are intermittent. So basically, digitalization at the building level will enable country to use at maximum capacity the intermittent energy from the renewable energy. And this changed the paradigm itself of energy production, because normally, today, the level of energy which will be produced, it is dictated by consumer. Whenever consumption starts, production immediately starts to supply the demand. Now digitalization will change this paradigm, and the consumption might be possible to change according to available solar and wind energy. And of course, last, we have developed the program for building renovation, public building renovation, because here it is the area of biggest challenge of highest consumption. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I should mention that a lot of sounds like a lot was done recently in Moldova. Maybe maybe a colleague will add on that.
Yes, so it's my name is Nicolae Magdil. I'm working at the Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development. from Republic of Moldova. Can you hear and see me? So
Excellent, yeah.
yeah, so related to this question was about what have the Republic of Moldova done to ensure the development of energy efficiency. Well, we once again understood that the energy efficiency and improvement of our energy efficiency is crucial for our state. And the latest example is the natural gas crisis, which happened in autumn of the last year. And we understood that in order to reduce our dependency on gas import, we should promote the energy efficiency at all the levels in all the policies of the country. In 2010, and Republic of Moldova became a contracting party at the energy community. And in 2014, Moldova also ratified the European Union Association Agreement. And under both of these international treaties, the energy and the energy consumption sectors of Republic of Moldova began the transformations towards a more efficient and sustainable future. Under these treaties, the Moldovan government took the responsibility to harmonize the national legal framework in energy and to adopt our legal framework to the European Union best practices, including also energy efficiency. Well, during these years, the Moldovan government succeeded to develop and adopt the main policies documents in field of energy efficiency in Moldova, which are the law on energy efficiency, which is transposing the European Directive on Energy Efficiency, the law on energy performance of buildings, which also is transposing the European Directive, the law on labeling of energy-related products, and the law on eco-design requirements for energy-related products. These legal acts, among the beside the creation of the framework in these sectors, also it's setting up some goals which must be achieved in order to develop or to improve our energy efficiency. So under these acts, the following policy documents and energy efficiency standards were approved or developed. So the introduction of energy efficiency obligation scheme was also introduced, which means that the obligated parties should contribute to the development of energy efficiency by obligating parties. I mean the energy producers or distributors, natural gas distributors, and fuel or petroleum products distributors. Also, we introduced the mandatory audits for energy efficiency projects who should be financed by our public budget. Also, mandatory audits for large enterprises. These audits should be made once in 5 years, and if the management of large enterprises don't want to do this energy audit, should develop an internal energy efficiency management system. Also, we introduced the mandatory energy managers in rayons and the municipalities. Again, under the law on energy efficiency, we developed the program on exemplary role of public buildings, which means that the public buildings which are held and used by central government should be refurbished and should be the 1% of the total floor area should be refurbished yearly. Also, we introduced this sustainable public procurement definition, which means that at the public procurements, the public authorities not use only the best price, but also they can come with special requirements related to the energy performance of these services or items which are to be procured. Also, under the law on energy performance of buildings, we drafted and approved the minimum energy performance requirements for buildings, the new buildings to be constructed. Also, the minimum requirement is to be the class B, and also we introduced the energy performance certification mechanism. Unfortunately, related to this secondary laws, which should ensure the application of this mechanism, we are still in developing because we should also develop an a national informational system which should help the building evaluators to certificate these buildings. Okay, so also we have the strategies or the action plans for developing the energy efficiency. We have the long-term strategy for mobilizing investments in the renovation of national stocks of buildings till 2030. This strategy is already drafted, and we plan to adopt this strategy this year. Also, we have the draft action plan for increase the number of nearly zero emission buildings, and the buildings which, as I said, is drafted already and should be also this year adopted. Also, we are working on the elaboration of national energy and the climate action plan. We are now making an modeling exercise in order to specify which are the main sectors which we should develop our energy efficiency. And after this exercise, we will be able to set up goals on energy efficiency, on renewables, and also CO2 emission reduction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Magdil. Before giving the floor to Ms. Ruzana Damian, Head of Construction Normative Department of Urban Development Committee, I just again reminding about the time limitation because we're a little bit behind the schedule. Let's keep it like sharp 5 minutes. Please, Ms. Adamian, update us on recent developments on legislation and energy efficiency buildings here.
Շնորհակալ եմ խոսքի համար, բոլորին ողջունում եմ այս ուրեմն հանդիպման առումով, մենք էլ մեր հանրապետությունում շատ կարևորում ենք էներգախնայողության եւ էներգա արդյունավետության միջոցառումների կիրառումը մեր հանրապետության տարածքում եւ որպեսզի ավելի հակիրճ լինեմ, կասեմ վերջին 3-4 տարիների ընթացքում քաղաքաշինության կոմիտեի կողմից նախաձեռնությունների վերաբերյալ որոշակի տեղեկատվություն կհաղորդեմ։ Ուրեմն ասեմ, որ ներկայումս քաղաքաշինության կոմիտեն նախաձեռնել է շինարական նորմերի մի փաթեթի մշակման աշխատանքներ, որոնք պատվիրվել են էկոնոմիկայի նախարարության ենթակայությամբ գործող ուրեմն էներգետիկայի ինստիտուտին, էներգախնայողության ցուցանիշներ այսպիսի վերնագրով ուրեմն շինարական նորմերի փաթեթի մշակման աշխատանքներ են կատարվում ներկայումս, այս տարեվերջին դրանք կավարտվեն եւ սերտ փոխգործակցությամբ իրականացվում են համատեղ աշխատանքներ, վերլուծություններ, ուսումնասիրություններ ամբողջ ոլորտի, այդ թվում փաստաթղթի մշակման, ուսումնասիրության, թերությունների բացահայտման մասով UNDP-ի հետ, ներկայացուցիչների հետ, ՄԱԿ-ի զարգացման գրասենյակի հայաստանյան գրասենյակի հետ, վերջերս հանդիպում ենք ունեցել նաև Ասիական զարգացման բանկի հետ, ովքեր եւս առաջարկել են իրենց աջակցությունը այս ոլորտում, մենք սիրով ենք ընդունել այն եւ առաջիկայում առաջարկությամբ պիտի գրավոր առաջարկությամբ դիմենք Ասիական զարգացման բանկին, որպեսզի մեզ խորհրդատվական բնույթի ուրեմն աջակցություն ցուցաբերվի ոչ միայն մեր կոմիտեի այն ստորաբաժանման աշխատակիցներին, ովքեր որ կոնկրետ դրանով զբաղվում են, այլ նաև մասնագիտական հանրության այն մասին, ովքեր ներառված են այս գործունեության մեջ, այսինքն քաղաքաշինական գործունեության սուբյեկտների համար նախատեսում ենք համագործակցություն, խորհրդատվական օժանդակություն, իրազեկումը, իրազեկվածությունը այս ոլորտում ավելի բարձր մակարդակով ապահովելու համար։ Ինչու եմ ասում, որտեղ մի մասը մեր մասնագիտական հանրության այնքան էլ խորացված գիտելիքների չի տիրապետում եւ մենք դրա կարիքը շատ զգում ենք։ Մեր առաջարկը ընդունվել է շատ դրական արձագանքով Ասիական զարգացման բանկի կողմից եւ կարծում եմ, որ մենք պիտի դեռ շարունակական երկարատև համագործակցություն ունենանք մեր հանրությանը ավելի ճանաչելի դարձնելու այս գործընթացը։ Կուզեի ասել, որ մենք ունենք նաև հաստատված երկարատև ռազմավարություն մեր կառավարության կողմից, որը, այսպես ասեմ, կոչվում է սուբվենցիոն ծրագրերի իրականացման մի մեծ շղթայական գործընթաց։ Երևի թե արդեն 3-4 տարի է մեր հատկապես սահմանամերձ մարզերում իրականացվել են մի շարք բազմաբնակարան շենքերի էներգոարդյունավետության միջոցառումներ։ Շատ հաջողված ուրեմն օրինակներ են դրանք, անգամ քաղաքաշինության կոմիտեն վերջերս ստացել է գրավոր չասեմ պահանջ, այլ նաև առաջարկներ այդ մարզերի բնակիչներից, որպեսզի իրենց շենքերն են ներառվեն այդ ծրագրերում եւ իրականացվեն համապատասխան ուրեմն միջամտություններ քաղաքաշինական, հատկապես էներգախնայող եւ էներգոարդյունավետ միջոցառումների իրականացման մասով։ Իհարկե կան խնդիրները մեծ մասամբ վերաբերելի են ֆինանսական մասին, այսինքն էներգախնայողության միջոցառումները արդեն իսկ գոյություն ունեցող շենքերում իրականացնելու համար դրան զուգահեռ իրականացվում են մասնակի ամրացման միջոցառումներ։ Դրանք թանկացնում են ամբողջ այդ գործընթացը, ավելի բարձր գին է սահմանվում այդ ամենի համար, այնուամենայնիվ սուբվենցիոն ծրագրերով իր մասնակցությունը ասեմ այս առաջնային փուլում որքանով որ ես գիտեմ մեր պետությունը ունեցել է 70% մասնակցություն այո հիմա մի փոքր նվազեցրել ենք ինչ առումով որպիսի եւ բնակիչները շահագրգիռ լինեն քանի որ նրանք արդեն օրինակ ունեն եւ տեսել են արդյունավետությունը իրականացված միջոցառումների իրենք են արդեն դիմում որպիսի նման միջոցառումներ իրենց շենքերում անպայմանորեն իրականացվեն սա գլոբալ խնդիր է մենք շատ շահագրգիռ ենք այս միջոցառումներն իրականացնելու եւ կուզեի նշել Նաև մեր համագործակցությունը UNDP մեր ՄԱԿ-ի գրասենյակի հայաստանյան գրասենյակի հետ հենց հիմա շարունակվում է իրենց օժանդակությամբ իրենց ֆինանսավորմամբ իրականացվել են երկու կարևորագույն ուրեմն ստանդարտների տեղայնացման աշխատանքներ կարծեմ թե դրանք երկհատորյակ է առաջին եւ երկու հատորների տեղայնացում իրականացվել է մենք իրազեկել ենք մեր հանրային մասնագիտական հանրությանը, որպեսզի նրանք էլ օգտվեն դրանից։ Մի բան էլ կուզեի նշել, որ ստանդարտը ճիշտ է ինքը կամավոր օգտագործման փաստաթուղթ է, բայց հիմա կոմիտեի պատվիրատվությամբ մշակվող փաստաթղթի շրջանակներում UNDP-ի կողմից մշակվող ստանդարտներին կարվեն համապատասխան հղումներ, որոնք կդառնան պարտադիր պահանջ մեր բոլոր ուրեմն սուբյեկտների համար, ովքեր զբաղված են քաղաքաշինության ուրեմն գործունեությամբ։ Այսքանը կասեմ, շարունակական են բոլոր գործընթացները, ողջունում ենք այս հանդիպումները եւ կարծում ենք, որ պետք է լինի ամեն բան դեպի դրական ուղղություն պիտի ունենա։ Շնորհակալ եմ։
Շնորհակալություն։ I just need to mention that indeed we have received a letter from Urban Development Committee yesterday with a list of standards they proposed to develop, and we will answer in a couple of days. And to finalize the panel, I would like also to ask Mr. Andrei Ohanyan's intervention on the same topic. Probably more into the legislation part, or if you prefer the subvention part. Please.
Yeah, sure. As already flagged by Ms. Adamyan, there has been a huge work under state subvention program as a kind of a state subsidy, if you will, which as a financing mechanism for various projects, including energy efficiency improvements in residential buildings. That has been included in the main topics to be financed due to UNDP's involvement and cooperation with the Ministry of Territorial Administration and Infrastructure. And from 2020, there has been a separate financing scheme introduced for residential energy efficiency improvements. As a financial incentive, the UNDP GCF project has provided up to 25% co-funding for all the projects which had any embedded energy efficiency measure. We have completed almost 73 building refurbishment projects, most of which, around 60% of those are full-scale building refurbishment, thermal refurbishment projects, and the rest are partial. I mean, touching the attic floor insulation or changing the windows and doors and etc. As again, Ms. Adamyan clearly noted, there has been a change in the way the financing should happen in 2020, starting from 2022 till the amendment or till the change. The residents had no financial input. From now on, if there is a project in a residential building to be done, if it doesn't have any energy efficiency components, it's just, I don't know, refurbishment or rehabilitation of commonly owned premises. I don't know, for example, changing the roof cladding or changing the drainage system, which has nothing to do with energy efficiency, then the residents should co-fund by 10%. If there is an energy efficiency measure introduced, for example, changing the roof cladding plus doing the insulation for attic floor, then this co-funding decreases to 5%, which is an incentive, actually. And as I said, we do have up to 25% co-funding possibility, not only for residential buildings, but also we are looking at public buildings, medium to large public buildings, anything from kindergartens, hospitals, and those kind of facilities which are governed or maintained with under the community leadership. Again, if we are looking at other kind of incentives available in the market, those are mainly donor-funded projects. same as GCF project which we have. We can note about maybe covenantal mirrors, which is a financial instrument actually, where up to 80% of the costs can be financed by EU under covenants of mayors, and the 20% is covered by the communities. Regarding financial institutions working on the ground, there has been a 20 million euro volume injected by KfW under central bank supervision and implemented by the National Mortgage Company, which again is aims at boosting energy efficiency in residential sector, providing attractive, I would say, terms and conditions and interest rates for residential sector mortgage loans. Again, in case they are energy efficient or they are labeled as energy efficient, it applies to mortgage loans, it applies to renovation loans which have energy efficiency improvement, and it applies to single family house construction, again, if it is in line with the criteria set meeting the EE requirements. I think that's all. If there are further issues, I can dig into.
Thanks a lot, Andre. Thanks, dear colleagues, dear participants of the panel, offline and online. Still, I mean, I understand it's a morning of the third day of the conference and everybody wants a little bit of sleep and a coffee, and we have still 4 interesting presentations that are separating us from the coffee break. But with this, I would like to invite here the participants of the second part of the panel to present the national training seminars in 3 countries. Mattia, the collaborative environment for experts in energy efficiency. Yeah, let's things first. Nadezhda Khamrakulova, she's probably out of the room. We will hear about the evaluation of this project implemented by UNECE. Not the other one? Okay. Sit here or you sit wherever you. Give me the previous one. This is you. And also we will hear the presentation on draft impact assessment on how to better implement best practices. Discount. So with this, I give floor to Mr. Matija Vajdic. Please go on while, whenever you like. Slide session.
Предыдущий, который в 2019 году закончился.
1, 2, 1, 2, it works.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bahram, for the introduction. The topic today is the National Training Seminars on High Performance Energy Efficiency Standards in Buildings. It's about 3 seminars that were facilitated in the 3 UNECE member states, Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, and Republic of Moldova. Before I start, of course, special thanks goes to Nadezhda and Oleg, the guys that are actually managing this big projects very successfully, and I would like to thank them also for giving me the opportunity to transfer the knowledge in these three countries. The idea, the background is already presented, and we are lacking time, so I will go fast through the presentation and just emphasize a few key points that I wanted to stress out. So the project you already heard is about enhancing the capacities of UNECE member states to develop and implement energy efficiency in buildings. And this was also the focus of these three national seminars. We wanted to boost, let's say, this transition towards greening our building sector, improve the knowledge of policymakers and experts, and both were presented during the presentation, during these 2 days national workshops, also policymakers as well as experts. So we did it in this last 4 months. The last one was in Moldova in January. We started in Armenia in October. And in between there was a national workshop in Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan in November. The objective of the training was to improve energy management and monitoring, reporting and verification in the building sector. This was one topic. The second topic was to show and present how the institutional, organizational, and legal aspects of energy management and monitoring, reporting and verification is implemented in, I was mostly focused on Southeastern European countries, how they implemented these things, but also not only Southeast European countries, but also Central European and neighboring countries. So the third topic was more about the organization of municipal energy management, how it can be implemented within different countries. And of course, I present as well, there was a session about energy auditing and financial aspects and how to actually financially evaluate the trainings. So in Armenia, there were around 50 participants, where 30 out of 30 were physically present, which was a really great success because of this was in the middle of this COVID crisis that we completely forgot because of the other much worse disaster that is happening, which is called the war. And during this COVID period, we managed to organize physically. We managed to organize physical participation of participants. So in Kyrgyzstan, there were 44. In Moldova, there were 90 participants, out of which 30 were physically present. Over 100 already. So yeah, all in all, it should be around 180 people that were listening to these sessions and these training seminars. In a way, the results of the training, I already said that there were these 6 sessions. This was, let's say, the framework, but of course I was very flexible in topics, and I tried to also focus on the things that were bothering, let's say, or that were an issue for the countries where the national training took place. So of course, the energy management and monitoring, reporting, and verification, they all have certain targets, all these countries, and I tried to explain them how we actually are monitoring and evaluate the energy savings that are implemented. So the case studies were mostly, as I already said, from Southeastern European countries, but not excluding the other EU member states and neighboring countries. Institutional, organizational, legal aspects. This was also a hot topic. You heard also in the previous sessions that there are many things happening in terms of transferring all these EU directives into the local legal framework. The secondary legislation was always missing in most of the countries, so there is usually an energy efficiency law, but the secondary legislation that is actually regulating concretely whatever aspect of energy efficiency is usually missing or is not in place or is being developed and so on. So I hope this also helped how the presentations where I showed presented how it's actually transposed in, for example, Croatia, Slovenia, Czech Republic, and so on. Knowledge how to organize municipal energy management. There was a big study that I did for Ukraine 2 years ago, graph shows, for example, the implementation of municipal energy management in Ukrainian municipalities, which will completely, of course, unfortunately, completely change. This graph will go down and they will have to do it from scratch because more or less a lot of these municipalities are unfortunately fully destroyed. Results of the training, the second day was focused on energy management information system, how to actually gather the data, which data is relevant, what kind of data regarding energy consumption we are collecting in Croatia. So we are, let's say, a really good example of having, we have this energy management information system implemented, the system that in a way gathers all the public buildings in Croatia. So around more than 10,000 buildings. The billing systems from the utilities are connected to this system. So every month the data comes there for every single public building in Croatia. So this was something that is being now used or transferred to Moldova, and Armenia is doing the same. In their own way, of course, it's not always copy and paste. So this is also something where I try to be flexible to also understand the needs of the country's energy auditing process. There is a great need of having more and more. We heard today, I think, from Maxa that there are like 20, 30 energy auditors, but for all the buildings, of course, in Kyrgyzstan, you will need 100, if not 200, and if not 300 energy auditors. For this, you will need extremely well-educated engineers that are coming from universities. They need to be trained and so on. So this is a big process that is ahead of you, but it's of course a great start. And I'm already late, or I have, okay, excellent, 2 minutes. Yeah, energy auditing process is quite difficult to be implemented, but every country out of course these three does it slowly, and I think they have a good idea on how to continue. Economic evaluation of investments, of course, this is also very relevant, even though not in these cases, these three countries, not so much, because most of the investments are based on the grants. But of course, when the market develops, this will be a very important issue on how to calculate, of course, the economically evaluate these projects. And in the end, about the legislative part, you already heard that these things are changing, and they will rapidly change, because we now even more than ever realize that energy efficiency definitely needs to be the first fuel and the most important aspect of the energy transition. The most of participants ask for an intensive energy auditing training. Of course, in 2 days I couldn't transfer all the things that are done in this regard. So usually consulting, let's say, institutions that are organizing such trainings consist of many different engineers that are training the staff, and it lasts for 2, 3, or 4 weeks, such training. So it was impossible to squeeze it in 2 days. But I think at least the concept I managed to present. Strategic planning for sure should be improved, but not only in the national level. This is in a way connected very much with the energy statistics and energy balances and so on, but also at the regional and municipal level. Administrative simplification is needed if we want to boost this sector, and the participants also emphasize this issue. There is a great need of having some kind of one-stop shops, or some kind of places where they can learn and see how energy retrofit should be done. Of course, the emphasis should also be on the local energy efficiency, technology production, and investments and so on. So I will stop here. I don't know if I actually introduced myself. But anyway, my name is Matija Vajdić. I'm a head of international programs in the project management office at the Energy Institute Hrvoje Požar in Zagreb. So that's me. And of course, I would like to thank all these guys. Without these guys, nothing would be actually implemented. I already mentioned Nadezhda and Oleg, but also Vahram, and yeah, you know, you can find yourself on the list. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Matej. Well done. Done your best to save some time, but unfortunately, yeah. So we'll try to ask other participants to limit to the 6 minutes and without other introductions. Nadezhda, please go on.
Okay, yes, finally it's working. Thank you. Can I have this? Thanks for changing slides and presentation. I will not be very long. I want to just introduce you rather briefly to show you some slides about the collaborative environment, which is actually the product existing online. So that's the front page of our collaborative environment that aims to provide two basic, let's say, two basically different tools. One is online database of experts, and the other one, what we call online collaborative tools for knowledge sharing. Let me go further. This is available online. You can see here that we have information from the project website also leading to this product, to this website. It's a separate website. And then you will see that it has the already existing database of experts. We have around 70 experts already registered. Here, I just put information how we can find the person that we would like to find. So someone who is basically presenting certain expertise by the areas, by let's say regional or national expertise, the different categories. So we can filter information to find the relevant person who is engaged in the energy efficiency in buildings area. It's just a little example. I took let's say profiles or information on certain experts from the database. It's it's just a random selection, I would say. And you can see that we can see information from a person, how the person perceives whether he has regional expertise, he or she areas of expertise, and how you can also find, based on this presented information, a person who could be of help or for you. And that's like I just took also photos to present that, to say that it's a livable, it's a community of experts. We are hoping that more experts and will join this community, that we can share experience, we can share information among each other, and that this, let's say, database, it's not only a database online, but this is something something livable, something where based on which information, based on this, let's say, presented online information, we can find contacts of people and have a real exchange of experience, information, knowledge. The second part of this collaborative tool has a possibility to what we call knowledge sharing component. And that consists of information on different projects, case studies, best practices, and events related to energy efficiency in buildings. So that presents currently 78 national and regional projects. It includes more than 50 case studies, best practices, and also events. And if we said that this is the ongoing activity that will be, and we hope that it will be updated, the information will be presented. Again, if you know of interesting, for example, and relevant case studies, best practices, or interesting events, please do provide information to us. We will also include this. You can always, again, the information presented here, you can always find relevant in terms of when the project was started, what type of topic it presents, in which country or in which sub-region it is, who are the donors or partners, and who are the organizers if it's, for example, the event in the event case. Again, this is just an example how one of a project could look like. And this is next example of how, for example, a case study look like when you're looking when you're searching it on this on this tool. The tool has also possibility for online discussions and interactions. Currently, I would say it's in dormant stage, but if we are also inviting you to start looking into this, and we can introduce more in terms of blogs. It could be also in terms of forum discussion, and it gives possibility for constant interaction on the topic of related to energy efficiency in buildings. However, it can also be again more precise or more generalized. We will also introduce more detailed questions and answers section on this tool. With this, I will finish. I invite you to look at this tool because, again, we provided the links to look into this, to join our database, and we hope that this product will be useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadezhda. The next presenter will be Ms. Nelly Dolidze to present evaluation of the UNECE project on enhancing national capacities for development of and implementation of the energy efficiency standards in buildings, which I mixed with the other project in the previous introduction.
That's a phase one.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, my presentation is focusing on the evaluation of the phase one of the project, enhancing national capacities for development and implementation of the energy efficiency standards in buildings in the UNECE region. And actually, as I mentioned earlier, that was phase one of the project, which was concluded in 2019. The structure of this presentation is kind of very simple and straightforward. The first two parts will be focusing on the overall project background. Then I'll be discussing and talking through the evaluation methodology, goals, objectives, and the last two parts of the presentation will be focusing on key findings, conclusions, some selected strategic recommendations produced, and I will be also addressing to what extent actually those recommendations were taken into account and incorporated into phase two of the project. Right. The project background. The first phase of the project was launched in July 2017 and implemented through March 2019. Actually, the total budget was about $286,000. The project goal was to improve energy efficiency in buildings and reduce greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere in the UNECE region through best practice guidance and standards. And actually, this project was targeting and was supposed to be beneficial for all the 56 member states of Economic Commission for Europe. But particularly, the project was useful and was focusing on the countries of Southeastern Europe, Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, and the Central Asia. The evaluation itself was conducted in April, July 2019. The goal was quite very simple to assess to what extent actually the project met the objectives. Besides, the evaluation was developed in according to the terms of reference, which incorporated 15 key evaluation questions. And these evaluation questions were grouped around 4 evaluation criteria, which is the relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, and impact. And overall, the evaluation was expected to contribute to enhancing cooperation with existing and potential partners and strengthening the impact of the activities of the Sustainable Energy Division of the Economic Commission for Europe. With regard to methodology, actually, whenever UN launches evaluation should be aligned with the methodology actually, and evaluation itself should be aligned with the standards for evaluation of the United Nations Evaluation Group. Besides, the specific evaluation was aligned with the UNECE evaluation policy. As I mentioned earlier, there were 4 key evaluation criteria of relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, and impact. In total, I reached out to 2006 participants of the meetings and activities conducted within the framework of this project, and I interviewed about 10 subject matter experts, and about 31% of the respondents were female. Right. And the next two slides will be focusing on key findings and conclusions. So the first important finding was that the project development was preceded with their consultation and the collaboration, information sharing among the key stakeholders from the member states and Sustainable Energy Division of the Economic Commission for Europe. In this regard, definitely, it was obvious the project was designed and implemented in a way that it was relevant to the needs and priorities of the member states, which was the target group. The way how the member states benefited was kind of two different ways. The first was the stakeholders representing the member states, they were kind of direct beneficiaries. And the second way of benefiting was that there was some kind of information exchange and sharing of best practices and technical expertise among the member states. And to conclude this slide, actually, the evaluation found substantial evidence of the project greatly contributing to building the capacity of the member states in the area of energy efficiency standards in buildings. There were other findings associated with the development of a database, which was one of the key project activities. There were certain challenges related to IT expertise. So in this regard, actually, the achievement was quite moderate. Whenever actually UN conducts evaluations, all the evaluations usually need to take into account the gender mainstream and the human rights agenda. And those were among, this aspect was among the key evaluation questions. And in this regard, actually, the evaluation concluded and found that the project had a moderate focus on gender mainstreaming and human rights agenda. At the same time, the evaluation also concluded that there was non-discriminatory approach, and the project actually provided equal opportunity for both female and male experts to benefit the project. There were several operational and strategic recommendations produced by the end of this evaluation. I will come up with some with 5 recommendations, which will clarify to what extent actually the next phase of the project, the phase 2, took into account the evaluation results and recommendations. The first recommendation was that the capacity building activities of the member states in energy efficiency standards in buildings should be supported by the Economic Commission of Europe, and this recommendation was fully accepted by the management and was definitely incorporated into the next phase of the project, the phase 2, which was launched in July 2020. There was another recommendation with regard to the the Economic Commission actually assisting the member states in taking practical steps towards addressing energy efficiency standards in buildings through introducing an innovative format of workshops, and also assisting and encouraging the participants to assess the national situation, developing roadmaps. And this recommendation was also fully accepted and incorporated into the next phase of the project. Another recommendation is focused on gender responsive approaches, which was partially actually accepted by the Economic Commission. And the reason why it was partially accepted is that the Economic Commission Sustainable Energy Division actually needed to support from the EC gender focal point in this regard. Recommendation number 4 was focused on raising the awareness on the member states on the human rights dimension of the energy efficient buildings, and securing or providing or visualizing a link to the relevant sustainable development goals. And this recommendation was partially accepted because it was subject to approval by the member states. And the concept note of the phase 2 actually also highlighted that phase 2 took into account international frameworks with a clear gender component. And the final recommendation was related to the developing the platform. As I mentioned earlier, the achievement during the phase 1 was kind of moderate, but the phase 2 of the project actually took into account this recommendation and strengthened the online platform as it was presented by Nadezhda. And this recommendation was fully accepted. That was the last slide of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And we go for the last presentation before the coffee break on draft impact assessment and on how to better implement best practices and guidelines developed by UNECE. And I'm giving floor to Ms. Lisa Ament. Lisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Today, I would like to present you the last aspect of the project Enhancing National Capacities to Develop and Implement Energy Efficiency in Buildings, which is an impact discovery report that we will conduct. The project Enhancing National Capacities already included 3 major parts, which was the gap analysis and the national studies, the collaborative environment that Nadezhda just presented, and the workshops and trainings that have been held. And this together was a project, and we will now assess the impact of those activities. More specifically, the objective of the study was that we are trying to assess how member states can better implement the best practices and the guidelines that were developed by UNECE within the scope of the study. And we want to assess the impact of the project. Specifically, the impact study is divided into 4 major steps. The first step is the evaluations that have taken place after the trainings. The second is that we conducted an online survey and questionnaire to gather first insights into the impact. The third step was that we're conducting interviews, which were happening here in Yerevan for the last 2 days and also today. And the last step is that we're providing the impact report of the project. We already gathered very valuable insights from the survey that we have sent out. One of the main insights that we got was the use and implementation of the recommendations and best practices of member states. The survey has shown that more than 80% of the participants or of the respondents from the survey indicated that their member states have started to use and implement the recommendations, and only less than 20% believe that it is not the case yet. We also went a bit more into detail here. So we asked about the likelihood of future implementation. So if member states have not implemented the recommendations yet, what the likelihood will be in the future. The respondents have an average response of 6.94. So we can say that respondents seem moderately confident that if the recommendations have not been implemented yet, that this will happen in the future. We also asked about the sustainability of the implementation. Here, the results have shown that respondents are confident that if the recommendations have not been implemented yet, that this will happen within the medium or long-term future. We also gathered insights into more detailed parts of the project. For example, we asked about the overall project design regarding the adherence to the specific needs, but also the appropriateness of the project design. The questions were rated on a scale from 1 to 5, and we can see that for the overall project design, the average score for each of the categories was high. We also went more into details about the relevance of the project overall, and we can also see that each of the aspects that we asked about gained a very high score of around 4. We do see some differences, but on average, the score is high. We also assessed the relevance of each of the specific activities that have taken place in the project. So this was a regional study, also the network of experts and the national studies, but also all of the workshops and national trainings that we have held. We're presenting the average score in the table here, but we can also see that the result was rather positive. The next question that we asked in the survey was regarding the specific activities that respondents found particularly good. Here we can see that respondents especially liked, for example, the sharing of good applied practices and also of the knowledge. Also, the regional study with the gap analysis was seen as very positive. and the development of standards and other measures. So here we can see that those were the aspects that overall grouped together as participants saw as specifically good. The next question that we asked the respondents was regarding the measures that have been taken in the countries in order to improve energy efficiency in the specific countries. Here we grouped the responses into 6 major categories. The first one was regarding the measurements, which meant that member states implemented the measurements for data collection, but also measurement in terms of ISO standards. Member states have also implemented diverse laws and policies within their national governments, and energy audits are improving and increasing. Also, norms and standards have been implemented a lot, and implementation of energy management information system has taken place. And the last aspect that member states mentioned was the awareness raising. So this was, for example, through holding seminars and workshops, but also through marketing campaigns and in general, raising the awareness of citizens. As the last aspect, we also asked for future projects and what respondents had as recommendations for future projects. We grouped the responses into 6 major categories. The first one was, as we saw beforehand, the information and the awareness. So it is very necessary to inform citizens about the importance of energy efficiency and about the measures taking place. Member respondents also mentioned that they would in future projects suggest to have even more examples. So really the sharing of examples from countries, especially from neighboring countries and countries in the same region. And also to have a regional focus so that within a region, countries can compare among themselves to learn from the best practices from the other member states. However, even though the regional focus was mentioned, respondents also mentioned the need of focusing on country-specific aspects. So really analyzing the situation and the context of the specific country and giving recommendations for this. Another aspect was the measurement. So really giving the opportunity and the training in measuring according to the ISO standards. And the last aspect, which is what we're doing with the impact study now, is the analysis of the results. So analyzing the results of the study and presenting them, which will be done in the impact study. The last part of the impact study is that we were conducting the interviews for the last 2 days and also today. The interviews serve for the purpose of gaining more detailed insights and more in-depth interviews to analyze the accomplishments, but also the limitations and the lessons that have been learned during the project, and also how to better implement the recommendations in the member states. The final report in the impact study will have 4 major points. The introduction will just inform about the project. The methodology is which I presented now with the 4 steps. Then the key findings and the insights, specifically with a focus on how member states can better implement the recommendations and the best practices in future projects. And as the last point, the concluding remarks and the recommendations for future projects and for member states will be done. Thank you very much.
With this, let's thank all participants of this session. Once again, give a round of applause, and then welcome to the coffee. And the last announcement for my role here will be whoever participated in the conference from day 1, they can receive certificates just before the lunch break, let's say 5 minutes to 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
And should we catch? No. We have to do it. Sorry?
This Armenian guy.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yep.
Dear colleagues, we continue with our workshop. And the next part of this workshop is a panel discussion on best practices and guidelines to address the issues of energy efficiency in buildings and their implementation in the UNECE member states. We have a big panel today, and we don't have that much time left, about 40 minutes for it. So without further ado, you see the members of the panel. Two of the members are here physically, Vakhram Zhalalyan and Alexander Dukovsky, and the others are joining us online. Let me put on screen, if I manage. Yes, questions for our distinguished panelists. So the questions are, how can countries use or implement recommendations and guidelines that are developed or have been developed by UNECE to address energy efficiency improvement in buildings? Which best practices in energy efficiency in buildings should be implemented in the countries? So that's probably more a question to those who represent countries here. And how can knowledge and implementation of advanced energy efficiency standards in buildings be improved in the UNECE region? So I'm going to give kind of a free hand to our panelists, and you have the questions on screen for you. I assume that those who are online can also see these questions on their screens. If not, then please let us know. And I will go in the order that we have on this. Okay, the list of panelists, and the first one is Mr. Vakhram Zhalalyan, who is a co-chair of the Joint Task Force on Energy Efficiency in Buildings. That's a UNECE Joint Task Force. He wears many hats, but I think for this one, we'll try to use this one, but of course, if he would like to give some examples from Armenia, we won't mind. Vakhram, please tell us which question you are answering, and then go ahead with the answer.
Thank you, Oleg. I guess the first one, to see that? Yeah. Oh, I can see that without glasses. So the first question is quite close to the one I received yesterday during the interview conducted by Ms. Lisa Ament. And the answer to that would be this or the other way. I can say for Armenia in particular, but this is for most of the countries. They are on the right path, and they are moving in that direction of implementation of best practices. The speed of movement is different by countries. I mean, which was obvious during yesterday's discussion with our colleagues, for example, with Maksat, we were discussing the procedure of how to certify energy auditors and how to issue building certificates, which right now in Armenia is a problem because the sphere is new, and it looks like the law is there. It looks like there are accredited bodies which can certify physical entities like people, professionals, energy auditors. And on the other side, unlike in Kyrgyzstan, we have considered the conflict of interest when the same entity is doing energy audit and is issuing the certificate. So we have split that legally. Somebody is doing energy audit, somebody who is certified, and different body who is accredited to certify buildings. Based on that, Energy Passport is issuing the certificate. But still, till now in Armenia, there are a couple of certified energy auditors, and no body is there which is accredited to issue certificates of the building. This is something the country is working on with the experts, with the Urban Development Committee, with the former Ministry of Energy, which is part of Ministry of Territorial Development right now, to overcome these contradictions between the law on energy saving, governmental decisions, and the technical regulations. So this is a process which takes some time. We have initiated this like half a year ago, and hopefully within some, I don't know, 6 months to a year, this situation will be solved and this will be moving forward. On the other parts, there was a question how frequently we're updating the building codes, and need to mention that not only Armenia but also other countries in the region. I'm not sure about Moldova, but for Kyrgyzstan, I'm pretty sure that building codes are not updated like every 5 years, because simply the country does not have the capacity and the budget in place to update the building codes or regulations that fast. So our practice will show about 10 years on average, depending on the building code. And Armenia has updated the building code recently, comparatively recently, like in 2016. And now the country is being pushed to update that code as soon as possible. But the situation is that the sector is just being used to this code, to the certification, to the energy efficiency classification of the buildings. To go a little bit deep into the technical aspects, I can say that, for example, the energy efficiency certificate and the passport in Armenia in particular is given based on the calculations which take into account the building envelope, the heating energy, and the ventilation, and that's it. We didn't go beyond that for now. Some EU countries have gone well beyond that, so they are accounting lighting, they're accounting hot water, they are certainly counting the cooling energy, etc. And being pushed to shift the existing code to include their cooling and lighting and other electrical equipments can create a situation when the sector just is starting to absorb this like new code from 2016, which is new for them. And you are just changing that, not giving the time to get used to one code and then to shift to another code. At least to have some amount of number of buildings certified within one code before shifting to another one. But in general, the country is moving in the right direction. And based on the outcomes of the last panel, I can conclude that all 3 countries which undergone the deeper gap analysis within the UNECE project with the tailored recommendations and decisions are mostly following those. I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Fahram. I will go to our next panelist. Let me put it on screen. Mr. Konstantin Gura. He is the chair of the UNECE Group of Experts on Renewable Energy and the vice chair of the UNECE Group of Experts on Energy Efficiency. He's currently based in Ukraine. Konstantin, if you can hear me, please go ahead. Tell us which question you will respond to, and we'll listen to your answer to that question. Konstantin, the floor is.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here, dear colleagues, dear Oleg, dear Vagram, dear colleagues. I'm really very glad to be here on this panel discussion. I will speak about best practices in energy efficiency. I believe Ukraine succeeds here a lot. I must start from that point that today is really hard times and difficult times for Ukraine. It's military actions, it's war now in Ukraine, but I believe that economical revival will become very soon. And again, the question of improvement of energy efficiency will become one of the key priorities for Ukraine, because it's a question of the strengthening of energy security of our country. I must say that the housing sector is one of the most energy intensive in Ukraine. According to the State Statistics Service in Ukraine, the household sector consumed about a third of all energy, and namely it's 28.4% of all energy consumption. It should be noted that in Ukraine there is 180,000 of multi-apartment, multi-story buildings and 6.5 million of private buildings. And the vast majority of these buildings were built 30-40 years ago, when the question of energy efficiency was not so critical. Ukraine is part of the Treaty of Accession to Energy Community. We took certain commitments in the framework in the framework of EU integration. And according to this, the set of laws were adopted in Ukraine. I speak about the law on energy efficiency in buildings, which were adopted several years ago. At the end of the last year of 2021, we adopted the energy efficiency law and the National Action Plan on Energy Efficiency until 2030, which provides the necessity of introduction of energy certification of majority of buildings in Ukraine. Its first and second National Energy Efficiency Action Plan saying that it should be developed some mechanism, some financial mechanism to promote energy efficiency in private buildings. And the goal is to achieve savings by 22.3% in primary energy consumption by 2030. In the 9-year period, the required amount of investments for the full implementation of the proposed measures of the National Action Plan on Energy Efficiency is estimated at the level of 56 billion euros. In my private opinion, the state support programs play a key role in improving energy efficiency. Maybe you heard that starting from 2014, we had a program Warm Loans. Over 800,000 of Ukrainian families have benefited from this program over an entire period. And this program actually finished in the end of 2021. The results of this program is that the average annual savings of gas consumption for private households in more than 25%. And if we look on all country, we will see that annual gas savings under the program is more than 300 million cubic meters of natural gas. And if you speak about economy, then we will see that one invested hryvnia in energy efficiency brings 3 hryvnia of additional investments. It's very important to say about energy certification of buildings. We have special unified system where all energy certificators download their energy certificates. And at the moment, it's about 7,000 of certificates issued in Ukraine for buildings. Of course, the best option when energy efficiency in building laid down at the beginning of the design. And here I can say that it was developed the concept and the national plan for the gradual increase in the number of houses with near to zero energy consumption, so-called NZEP standard. It's like A+ or A++. Now we are together with experts. We developed the requirements for NZ buildings. I mean technical requirements. And along with this, government should work on development on financial incentives for constructions which build according to the NZEP standards. I have already mentioned the energy efficiency law. Which was adopted last year. It is important that this law lays the foundation for funding government energy efficiency programs. Thus, it's necessary to provide annually in the state budget of Ukraine for expenditures on energy efficiency programs, not less than 1% from the state budget. And that will be really essential figure. This year in our country should begin so-called big thermal modernization and of apartment buildings, schools, kindergartens, and hospitals. The proper financial was allocated already, and the plan is 5,000 multi-apartment buildings for renovation in 2022. Of course, the existing situation, the war, which began in Ukraine, made adjustments. But I believe that we will go forward, and all destroyed buildings will be renovated and will be renovated along with energy efficiency standards. So here I will stop my intervention. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. And I think, yes, I believe the optimistic message that Konstantin sends to us is very important these days. I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Andres Jadla. He is a member of UNECE Real Estate Market Advisory Group and chairman of the management board of the Estonian Estonian Union of Cooperative Housing Associations. Andres already spoke at this conference earlier this week. And Andres, please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Do we have Andres online? I don't think so. The next speaker is Igor Litvinuk, our colleague from the UNECE Sustainable Energy Division. I don't think I see him on screen either. So let's move to...
I'm online, Oleg.
Oh, you are, Igor. Sorry, my apologies. Igor, then the floor is yours, please. And please say which question you will answer.
Dear colleagues, good morning and good afternoon. Honored to be on this panel. Thank you for inviting. I'm a bit confused selecting the exact question from the list, but I would rather expand a little bit on the UNECE position on, or not position, but rather vision on buildings and the built environment and how we are addressing this challenge. Buildings are central to meeting the sustainability challenge, and here in UNECE we take a holistic approach to building design and delivery and operation, and we admit a paradigm that envisions that buildings are energy producers and not primarily or solely energy sinks. So we see buildings as a complex systems that are embedded in energy, communication, water, and mobility networks, and improving their performance will accelerate the sustainable energy transition overall by improving the efficiency with which buildings' energy services are provided. So high-performance buildings can deliver on climate challenge by reducing energy requirements of buildings. And importantly, that could be done to a point at which residual needs can be met at no carbon or at least low carbon energy sources. So rather than addressing efficiency or quality on a component by component basis, UNECE develops and maintains in consultation with a broad range of stakeholders its principle-based framework guidelines for energy efficiency standards in buildings with their outcomes-based vision of building performance. This is a universally applicable document which could be therefore tailored to national circumstances worldwide. And I think that's one of the very good practices to tailor these framework guidelines. And thanks to the project we have referred to, the energy efficiency standards in buildings, we have developed a detailed studies on the gap between situation in the selected UNECE member states and the objectives set forward in the framework guidelines. We could expand this work and find even more opportunities. So with its framework guidelines, UNECE aims to help make buildings more energy efficient worldwide, everywhere, regardless of whether these are new builds or refurbishments. And importantly, we consider the whole value chain of construction. So starting from the production of materials to the transportation to construction itself, and then decommissioning on the building. We have also launched a program that is known as High Performance Buildings Initiative, which is aimed to disseminate and deploy the framework guidelines. And this initiative comprises actually 3 elements. The first one is supporting transformational building science, research and education. Second one is deploying community practice or local practice, but globally through a network of implementation-focused international centers of excellence. And the third one is developing case studies that provide proofs of concept and in multiple locations. We also, in this direction, we also assemble a high-level advisory group for thought leaders who provide strategic guidance to the overall initiative, and they explore and develop, they are tasked at least to develop a protocol on the built environment to support both the 2030 agenda and the Paris Climate Agreement. Our first challenge in that direction is to examine key outcomes that are expected from proper management of the built environment. These are energy and climate action, resilience, health, social justice, employment, water management, resources management, mobility, technology access, overall system effectiveness. So quite a broad range of parameters. So the question for us is whether these outcomes reflect the full spectrum that we need to address. And once we reach a consensus on the outcomes, this group will explore targets for each of the elements, recognizing that, of course, each country will have its own starting point and its own perspectives on objectives and pathways. So the outcome of such an exploration would be a set of objectives to which countries should be prepared to, if not commit, but at least try to pursue. Further on, the group will focus on preparing a menu of concrete policies and actions that would be able to assist countries in achieving their objectives. And finally, we would deploy and disseminate this full set of policies and actions using local, national, subnational, and regional and international platforms to accelerate the contribution of the built environment to the quality of life globally. And quality of life actually is the key parameter that we are all striving to achieve. And as I mentioned, the final outcome of this work will be an internationally agreed protocol for high performance buildings and the built environment that sets outcomes, targets, policies to support governments' commitments and objectives. And I'd like to take this opportunity to invite you to join our forces in pursuing this activity and help improve the building design, delivery, and operation at your national level, in your city level, and contribute to our endeavor worldwide. Thank you very much. Oleg, giving you back the floor.
Thank you, Igor. I think this was, I believe, a very good overview of what UNECE Sustainable Energy Division is doing in the area of energy efficiency in buildings, kind of a bigger picture. We are focusing on the results of our project, and thank you, Igor, for presenting this overview and also the work of the group of experts on energy efficiency in this area. The next panelist, and again, please specify which question or questions you're answering to, is Mr. Alexander Dukovsky, senior energy expert. And until recently, he was the chair of the group of experts on energy efficiency. And I believe he still has some kind of an advisory role for this group. Alexander, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Oleg. And thanks to all the previous speakers for presenting their ideas. It made my job quite easier. I can actually summarize on all three questions, and I will put here what is most important before anything else. And we heard from Vakram, we heard from Igor, and we heard from Konstantin. But something that is more important before we get into standards in buildings and everything else is we need to make sure that while you build your house in an energy efficient manner, somebody else does not try to put the holes in your wall. So you can talk about standards and best practices that can be implemented in your country only if there is peace and only if no one is forcing you to rethink your future without your fault. So that's why when I heard from Konstantin, it reminded me of something that we worked on 3 or 4 years ago when we were in Kiev, and we were looking at the buildings and we were talking about and complaining. I was definitely complaining for the standards in the apartment which I was staying in. Currently, that apartment does not exist anymore, which means that probably it had more better standard than it has now. For all the countries, what we share is usually something that is rarely being mentioned, because standards are quite, on the technical side, strict and precise. What we fail usually to put into account is the behavioral aspects of each of our countries. And here I see UNECE quite doing important work, because when we talk among ourselves and we share our knowledge, we don't share just the strict technical standards. We also share the experiences of how some policies are being implemented in a country and how you can or will not repeat the same mistakes that some of the countries have done. And out of the 56 member states of UNECE, half of them are in Europe, which have more or less defined energy efficiency directives and standards, and the other half is adjusting according to EU standards, their own standards, or something in between. But the shared need is that on the technical side, these standards can be used practically everywhere. What, for example, Vakram mentioned about the energy audits, we have done the same in Macedonia. We made quite a big progress and we made quite a big mistakes. Those mistakes and that progress have been shared with the Armenian colleagues. They can use that and say, oh no, we don't want to do it like Macedonia does, or we want to do it like Georgia does, or we want to do it like, I don't know, Germany does. But what also is quite important is that we have to look at from the side of infrastructure and support mechanism that each country has. It's quite easy to get a standard and a policy guideline from Germany and say, yes, we want to do this, but you have to look, let's say, in the back office, what kind of infrastructure does Germany created in order to support that policy? In a country like Armenia with almost 3 million, Albania with 2.5, I believe, Macedonia with 2 million, you cannot compare development of policies in those countries with, for example, a country like Ukraine with 40 million. The infrastructure needs are different, and the market is different. The size of the market is different. You cannot compare a policy that works in Germany that you can do it in Macedonia when Macedonia is half of Munich. So do you go for the federal policy? You go for the regional policy? That means that for each standards and each guidelines, you have to adjust according to a country. And that's why when we share the experience within UNECE, it's quite important to set the reference point on what we are talking about and then adjusting that policy accordingly. In the building sector, it's quite also important that, especially in countries that are have signed the Energy Community Treaty, you have this requirement for faster development of policies, energy policies, and of building codes. And sometimes that fast development, that urge to do the next policy creates a gap of understanding from the people that were supposed to actually use these codes to build better buildings. Because when you devise a policy and then you start creating this support and infrastructure behind, that means that you have to have people understanding what these codes, what these standards are, then translate them to actually the workers that are building these buildings or the workers that are retrofitting these buildings. And this has to be done in a way that knowledge transfer is being transferred to appropriate level. And then to have a feedback loop to see if something worked or not. When you have when you have to take into account that a typical timeline for a building, a new building, may be between 6 months and 3 years, and if you change standards of building every 4 years, means that you will have a gap in accepting these policies. So that's why sometimes it's better to have a stable institutional policy and strategy, how you go in which direction. You transparently send that message and send that strategy to the market, to the people in the building sector, to the people that are selling equipment, and then devise policies and support mechanism accordingly. And then create your time frame where this can have a feedback loop to see if the proper implementation is being done. If you try to do and change standards every 2 years, and every 2 years you have workshops explaining new things, nobody will actually implement those things, because the search for the new is not always for the best. I will end with only this thought, is that I hope it would be appropriate. One woman can birth a child in 9 months, but 9 women cannot birth the same child in 1 month. So sometimes you need to have a stable policy and stable guidelines for everybody, clear and simple as much as possible, and then see the end results. And I think so far UNECE was spreading these messages as much as possible and trying to create a culture where knowledge and exchange of knowledge is more important than the standards itself. Take that into account before wishing you have standards like Denmark or Germany, but see where you are and set your own reference point. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't took too much time.
Thank you, Alexander. Well, you went over 7 minutes, but I think it was worth it for the audience to listen to your points. They were important, even if some of them were a bit unconventional. This is also important. Our next speaker, our next panelist is Mr. Alexei Tulikov, Head of the Directorate for the Development of Legislation in the Fuel and Energy Sector from the Russian Energy Agency. Alexei, the floor is yours. Again, please specify which question or questions you will be addressing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation to this event. I will express our point of view on all these questions put to the participants of discussion. First, how countries use or implement recommendations, guidelines developed by UNECE. In Russia, the development of new generation requirements for improving and ensuring energy efficiency in building has been developing since 2009, and the adoption of the law on energy efficiency. In the process of its formation, of course, we studied the experience of foreign countries. In addition, Russian experience and legislation due to proximity of legal systems have influenced the development of technical and legal regulation in some CIS member countries. In this regard, for us and for other countries, the guidelines and recommendations of international organizations based on a comparative analysis of the different countries' experience are of considerable interest. It is important to see new ideas and mechanisms that stimulate energy efficiency. It is regardless of the level of development of energy efficiency and legislation in such countries. In this regard, the project and its format make it possible to form platforms for the exchange of experience and joint elaboration of ideas and concepts of the working groups and workshops basis. Energy efficiency works only where people adhere to certain principles and values. Unfortunately, the economy does not work by itself in this case, even if there are legal mechanisms. For this reason, we see for ourselves the usefulness of the framework guidelines in the field of building energy efficiency standards formed by a group of energy efficiency experts of the Committee on Sustainable Energy in 2017. They systematize just the principles and values that can form the basis of standards and legal regulation. For the second question, which best practice in energy efficiency at building should be implemented in the countries, I can tell you what approaches to regulating the energy efficiency of buildings are used in Russia. The most important regulatory documents have been adopted in the last 5 years. Now we are developing a new state program of energy efficiency. We distinguish between the requirements of legislation, technical regulation, standardization documents. Standardization documents means the actual standards, code of rules, sanitary norms and rules. We have a federal law that approves the technical regulations on the safety of buildings and structures. It pays special attention to improving energy efficiency and equipment with metering devices. These requirements are implemented primarily during the development of project documentation. Accordingly, on the one hand, the legislation at the level of the government of the Russian Federation establishes requirements for project documentation, requirements for the presence of a separate section of energy efficiency in it. On the other hand, there is a fairly large list of standardization documents that relate to enclosing structures, engineering systems, lighting, and the implementation of which contributes to an increase in energy efficiency to one degree or another. And there is always a balance between the cost of construction and square meter and energy efficiency. This is especially important for end users. In addition to the standards, there are also requirements for the energy efficiency of buildings directly established by the government and the Ministry of Construction, Housing, Communal Services in Russia. For example, on the specific annual consumption of energy resources, primarily thermal energy. A schedule has been set for reducing this indicator until 2028. The measures that are applied in Russia differ for housing, public and administrative buildings, and for industrial and commercial buildings. For example, in the residential sector, there are obligations to specify the energy efficiency class. For administrative and public buildings of the budget sector, there are procurement requirements both in the design and construction and in the modernization of lighting. In the industrial building sector, the basis for energy efficiency is the voluntary integration of energy efficiency improvement into procurement system and the introduction of energy management systems. At the same time, there are some implementation examples of such systems, energy management systems, in the municipal sector in Russia. And such cases is also mentioned in the materials of this UNECE project. I also want to note the significant success that we have managed to achieve in attracting private investments for the internal lighting and heating systems modernization in buildings, and in the coldest regions for the installation of building enclosing structures. For that purpose, we use energy service mechanism and energy efficiency capital repairs. But for the third question, how can knowledge and implementation of advanced energy efficiency tenets in buildings be improved in the UNECE region? First of all, it is important for us as practitioners to see the mechanism for implementing and applying energy efficiency standards or requirements. This is especially true for voluntary standards. Here it is important to exchange experience not only on the content of the documents themselves, but also what sequence of actions leads from point and experimental application to the systematic work. At one time, we were faced with the problem of the lack of a control mechanism when establishing individual requirements, as well as a formal approach to the implementation. For example, measures don't work if the requirements for specific annual energy consumption are established, but there are lacks determining method or calculation method is used. It is also important to separate the measures that are used at the design and construction stage and the operation stage of the building. They are fundamentally different. Knowing these empirical experiences is important to us. Therefore, it would be useful to further develop on the basis of the UNECE platform for the exchange of both primary source standards, regulatory legal acts, as well as reports on the implementation and judicial practice. We are talking about the exchange of documents themselves, as well as the further organization holding of similar seminars, workshops, and discussion platforms for persons who are directly involved in the implementation of the policy of improving the energy efficiency of buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tulikov. And we have one more distinguished panelist in this panel. It's Mr. Romanas Savickas, Senior Advisor at the UNEP CCC, Copenhagen Climate Center. You might know Romanas as representing Copenhagen Center on Energy Efficiency. So it doesn't mean that Romanas changed jobs. It means that the center changed the name. So Romanas, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Oleg. Hello, everyone. Sorry, this time I didn't manage to come to Yerevan. I hope next time I will manage to come. So today, greetings from sunny Copenhagen to everyone. My heart is with all of you. Yes, our organization changed the name and I have new email address, but in any case, you can reach me through UNECE group of experts, Oleg, Igor, and you can get my email or through LinkedIn. Yeah, what is regarding this panel discussion? Actually, it's really interesting, and we put a lot of our activities regarding buildings energy efficiency. And I would like to cover a couple of these questions, not only one, but mainly three of them. In principle, applying a holistic approach. And what I would like to promote is integrated energy systems. When integrated energy systems and buildings are just one part of these integrated systems. Buildings in the future, they are not only consumers, but also producers of energy, and new definition as prosumers became very active. And taking a look on these buildings, it's very important to take a look on overall life cycle assessment. All these views I shared in IPCC report, Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change. IPCC report just was published, and I was expert for article number 8, Sustainable Cities, and number 6, Energy Systems. And this view was reflected in this IPCC report. That we have assessing buildings to take into consideration all life cycle of building, from producing energy efficient material to build these buildings, constructing buildings after operation, and what is even mainly missed is demolition of buildings after. So overall life cycle should be taken into considerations. And a lot of discussions on passive part of building, insulation of partitions, windows, what is very important, but another part beside passive part is active part in the buildings, which also plays a very important role as heating systems, ventilation, cooling systems. So how to facilitate all this process? So my proposal is to involve more players in this action and implementation. And because after increasing building energy performance, passive part, insulating, partitions, walls, mainly we get result that the temperature in the building, internal heat supply temperature may be decreased. Decreased temperature, that means we can go to low temperature heating, low temperature district heating. So we can benefit from district energy utility companies. For example, we can utilize return temperature from district heating network to heat these high performance buildings. So return temperature to the district heating power plant even will be decreased. Efficiency in utility companies increase, so it's win-win situation. So my proposal is to take more focus on integrated overall energy systems and inviting more players, public, academia, and private sector. Utilities, they may be and private and public or hybrid. So inviting more players in this procedure, we benefit faster implementing these results. What I heard about behavioral impact and digitalization, this means are also very important. For example, by the help of behavior, if we will change the temperature inside just by 1 degree, efficiency may be increased about 5%. So difference between 18 or 23 degrees in your building, it may have savings from 20 to 30%. This is only by behavior. Digitalization means can save up to 10%. So putting all this means it is very important. Another thing is having these good projects is dissemination of these projects. And even if we would like to facilitate buildings efficiency in residential sector, pilot projects are very important. For example, pilot project in public sector as schools, they play very important role because everyone come to school, and for example, during election or bringing kids to a school, and everyone may see actual results, because seeing is believing. So you may see this and you may follow these examples. People always like to see, they would like to live in nice looking building, in energy efficient building. Yes. So for the best practice, pilot projects and visibility plays very important role. From my experience working on buildings energy efficiency, I found common situation, and even we are now developing buildings energy efficiency tool, which will be soon published in our web page. This tool is still under construction, but soon will be published officially, and it includes buildings efficiency part and lighting. And what we see that sometimes we have to focus a lot on low-hanging fruits. So the place at which we can make the highest impact. So for example, thermal part, or focusing on thermal insulation part. And if in, for example, buildings energy performance certificates, putting more systems, not only thermal energy, heating, but also, for example, lighting, then the visibility of the energy thermal part decreases, because the final consumers, they may track just the final reduction of energy. So if you will increase energy efficiency by 50% in your building, insulating it after rehabilitation, but overall after, if your assessment tool includes and cooling and lighting and electricity and heating, you may see lower results. So it's very important to show this visibility. And if the tool is developed for not only for heating part, but also for heating, electricity, and our part, then it's very important to show the impact of every part. Yeah, and also we have to set the limits at which point we have to stop, like for cooling assessment. Mainly data plays, lack of data plays very important role. Difficult to get cooling degree days. External passive shading also plays very important role as for heating. Solar gains plays very important role. So should we consider in this situation, if in the front you have another one building, which theoretically shows that you may get solar gains, but practically not. So at which level and how deep we should go in this energy performance certificates. And after, it's very important from my experience to check the correlation between theoretical performance of the buildings and actual energy performance of the buildings. A couple of years ago, I made analysis of energy performance building certificates, what value they have defined in these certificates, and what is actual energy consumption in these buildings. And there was a big gap and difference. It can be from 10% to 20%, even 40%. As you know, behavior or digital means, all these means plays very important role. So correlation and adjusting actual theoretical consumption with actual consumption plays a very important role. The best example is for new constructed, very efficient buildings.
Romanas, we are about 15 minutes late, so maybe you could try to wrap it up.
Yeah, I will wrap up. Yeah, so yeah, I think I can stop at this point, and yeah, we can discuss after. Yes, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Romanas. Thank you. With this, we finish the workshop, and I would like to thank all the speakers, all the panelists. Let's read them. And now I'm the only one standing between you and lunch, and I don't want to be in this unfavorable position. So we will continue our discussions right after lunch. The topic will be slightly different. We will move beyond buildings. It doesn't mean that buildings will be forgotten, but we will talk about how micro, small, and medium enterprises recover after COVID. And of course, the examples you will hear will also include energy efficiency in buildings. With this, we finish this workshop. We move to lunch. I think Vagram wants to make another announcement related to the conference, and then we continue at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
And also on the way to lunch, you can take your certificate from the lobby. There will not be time, unfortunately, to officially present that, but yeah, but then we can have the group photo with the certificates.
No, group photo later. Food and certificates now. Outcomes of the project Global Initiative towards post-COVID-19 resurgence of the MSME sector, guidelines and best practices for micro, small, and medium enterprises in delivering energy efficient products and in providing renewable energy equipment. The workshop will present activities under this UN Development Account project, including findings of the regional and national guidelines and best practices for MSMEs, and also results of the training workshops. The workshop will serve as a platform for pilot countries and other UNECE member states for exchange of experience and sharing best ways to support micro, small, and medium enterprises working in the area of energy efficiency and renewable energy in the current economic and social conditions. May I ask colleagues to put on screen my presentation? Can you please put my presentation on screen? Thank you, and here it is. Okay, what I will talk about, and it's related to the topic of the workshop, but it's a little bit broader. And I think it's quite appropriate to speak about what UNECE does in supporting member states in the area of energy efficiency. So several topics. Energy efficiency in buildings. We just had a 3-hour workshop earlier today. Energy efficiency in industry, energy efficiency, renewable energy, and micro, small, and medium enterprises, energy efficiency and women, and financing energy efficiency. So what we had earlier today is actually based on the project done earlier and related to energy efficiency standards in buildings. It actually created a base for the project we're completing this month. And Nelly Dolidze was the evaluation consultant for that project and provided evaluation for it. What you have on screen is the publication that we have as a result of that project. And I think I will go to the next slide. We'll not stop on this one at all, because this is about what we had earlier today. And we'll speak briefly about what we do in energy efficiency in industry. It's also a topic under the group of experts on energy efficiency. And then we work on technical assistance to countries that require help, assistance in this area. According to in response to the request from Uzbekistan, and in close cooperation with UNDP colleagues in Uzbekistan, we are doing, actually almost completed, the study potential for improving energy efficiency in refrigeration and air conditioning sector of the country. It is currently undergoing final review by the government of Uzbekistan before we can consider it completed, and we'll have it posted. Actually, the advanced version is also already posted on our website. Next, we received last year a request from the governments of Kazakhstan and Ukraine to do a study on potential for improving industrial energy efficiency in these two countries. This is work in progress, also close to completion. Still some final adjustments need to be done to this study. The project, the third bullet point on this slide, is the project which is in the plans. It's a big project. The donor is IKI, International Climate Initiative of Germany. The title is Improving the Energy Efficiency of the Global Building Supply Chain Industry and its Products to Deliver High-Performance Buildings. In a way, this project is about marriage, if you wish, of industrial energy efficiency and energy efficiency in buildings. It's about what you need to do at a stage of what is produced for buildings to make them energy efficient, and that the production itself is energy efficient. We have 7 beneficiary countries: Armenia, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, Republic of Moldova, Tajikistan, Ukraine, and Uzbekistan. We hope to start the preparation phase of this project later this year. We are currently waiting for final green light from Germany on this, the donor. Now, this slide is about the project that we will consider today, now. I mentioned the title of the project before. The guidelines and best practices for MSMEs in delivering energy efficient products and in providing renewable energy equipment, they were developed by the end of 2020. And this year we had them updated. Right after me, you will hear to one of the experts working on this study, and he will speak about that. And then once the regional study was done, we thought it would be important to customize these guidelines and best practices for pilot countries. We started with 2, North Macedonia and Georgia, and then in the next phase of the project, we continued with 4 more: Armenia, Moldova, Albania, and Kyrgyzstan. So by now, 4 of the guidelines are completed: Albania, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, North Macedonia. 5 training workshop has been done. The 5th country is Armenia. And the last one will be, last but not least, will be Moldova. For Armenia and Moldova, The studies, the guidelines and best practices are still being finalized, but they should be finalized soon. And okay, last year, at the end of, no, sorry, the year before, 2020, the end of 2020, based on the study, we have done a publication on this topic, on helping the micro, small, and medium enterprises to recover from the consequences of the COVID-19 crisis. The role of women in energy and in energy efficiency is important. This year, our consultant, Kankana Dubi, again, sorry for using this year, last year, 2021, she has developed a study, Energy Transition and Post-COVID-19 Socioeconomic Recovery, Role of Women and Impact on Them. The study has been completed. It is posted on our website. The report contains case studies for 5 countries: Albania, Belarus, Ukraine, United Kingdom, and Uzbekistan. In fact, this study was requested by the governments of the first 3 countries, Albania, Belarus, and Ukraine. And we think it is important to look at this topic. We heard about the role of women and the impact that energy decisions have on them throughout the 3 days of this conference. So this is an important topic, and we plan to continue this work. Now, the project, another major project in which UNECE plays small but significant part. It's a national project to be implemented in North Macedonia, green financing facility to improve air quality and combat climate change in North Macedonia. I'm very happy to have in this room right now Lilian Kandikjan from the UN Resident Coordinator Office in North Macedonia, who coordinates the preparations and, well, will then coordinate the implementation of the project. Goran Nikolovsky from the Ministry of Economy of North Macedonia is here, and 2 experts from North Macedonia, Sasha Panevsky and Alexander Dukovsky, is here. We look forward to, very much look forward to this project. So far in the process of drafting, development, adjustments, very good cooperation between all implementing partners. The lead agency is UNDP North Macedonia, and implementing partners are EBRD, that puts a lot of its money into this project. The leverage is 6-to-1, if I'm not mistaken. Lilian, 5-to-1, 5-to-1. We don't want to overstate it, but it's still big. International Organization on Migration and UNECE, and there is a significant contribution from the government of North Macedonia. So we very much look forward to implementation of this project. And I believe that it will also be important for North Macedonian neighbors and probably beyond that. The project is to be funded by the SDG fund. It's a UN funds, Sustainable Development Goals Fund, and GFF, Green Financing Facility. I'm sure you'll hear this abbreviation a lot in the coming months and years. A little bit on cooperation within and outside UNECE. We have good cooperation with our colleagues from the UNECE Environment Division. Had an interesting workshop in June last year with our colleagues from ESCAP, our sister commission, Economic and Social Commission on Asia and the Pacific, another workshop, and we have together with them 10 common member states, if not more, but 10 in the group that we are helping with technical assistance. ESCAP will be the lead agency in the UNDA project strengthening energy policies of countries with special needs to build back better from COVID-19. It should start this year. And then last year we had, in a rather unusual format, our annual International Forum on Energy for Sustainable Development. It was 11th forum. It was held in a hybrid format, mostly virtual, but there were some sessions where we had people present in the conference rooms. And it was held in a time frame of 3 months from September to November, actually with some sessions held even in August and December. This year, we hope that the 12th International Forum will be held in a format that you are more used to. And if all goes well, keeping fingers crossed and knocking on wood, it will be held in Armenia in the fall of this year, most likely in October. You will all hear about that soon, I hope, and I hope that you will hear the confirmation of what I'm just saying. And I am the regional advisor on energy at the UN Economic Commission for Europe. This is the link to the web page where you can find all the information that I talked about. And I will stop here. Thank you for your attention, and will now give the floor. If you have questions, I'm here, I'm available. If you have questions, please ask. But I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Vitaly Baker, who jointly with his colleague Andrei Dodonov worked on the guidelines and best practices for micro, small, and medium enterprises in developing energy efficiency products and in providing renewable energy equipment and services. And Vitaly will speak about the regional perspective. So if we can change the presentation to the one that we have for Vitaly, presentation for Vitaly Baker and Andrei Dodonov, please, and give the floor to Vitaly.
Hello, colleagues. Can you see and hear me well?
We can hear you well, and we can see you. The presentation should be put on screen in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Unfortunately, Andrei Dodonov was not able to join the conference meeting today. He was sick with the COVID just a couple of days before, but he is more or less okay now. So I will present instead of him the results of the work on preparation of the updated guidelines and best practices for medium and small size enterprises working in the energy efficient and renewable energy spheres. Can you put my screen, my presentation on the screen? Okay, while the presentation is prepared, I would like to confirm what just Alex said, that 1 year ago in 2020, there was a prepared research called the Guidelines and Best Practices for this type of the MSMEs. And we also prepared the research about the situation with the medium and small size enterprises in the region related to the situation of the beginning of the COVID pandemic. And currently in year
Vitaly, sorry, can you share your screen? Do you have the presentation? Can you share the screen?
Yeah, 1 second, colleagues. I'm trying to do it now. Okay. What? Okay. Colleagues, can you see my screen now?
He's from Kyrgyzstan.
Oleg, colleagues, can you confirm that you see my screen?
Yeah, yes, it's on screen. Very good.
Okay. So as it was mentioned by Oleg Zubinsky in the previous part of the presentation, the original guidelines and the best practices for the MSMEs working in the developing countries and economies in transition we prepared in year 2020. And currently in year 2021, the task was to prepare the updated guidelines according to the situation of the continuing pandemic and how companies are already adapted to the changed conditions, not only from the perspective of the financial resources finding, but also from the perspective of the updating of the working process, employees' involvement, and some other organizational issues which influence on the efficiency of the work for the companies. So research conducted in 2021 shows progress of the activities comparing to the actions suggested in the guidelines and best practices prepared by UNECE in 2020. You can see on the slide the old research which we conducted in 2020. Here you can see the summary table of the activities made in 2020 and in 2021 as a result of the research which was conducted. You can so the comparison analysis was conducted for different sub-regions of the UNECE member states: Western Europe, Eastern Europe, Southeastern Europe, Russian Federation, Central Asia, and Caucasus countries. So you can definitely see the progress which countries achieved during the last year of the COVID pandemic. So most of the activities which were in the beginning phase in 2020 are currently widely implemented in 2021 and 2022. So we are speaking mostly about communication over internet, provision of more value-added service, different online sales, fixed growth strategies, accessing to easy markets, and other related issues which are listed in the column on the left. So we can also highlight several possible future supporting activities based on the result of the conducted analysis. Communication over internet and social media. So in 2020 and 21, most of the UNECE member states show strong progress in development and increase of the role of the internet communication in the internet communication and using relevant online-based platforms. Also, the rapid increase of the online sales was shown for all MSMEs, including the energy efficiency and renewable energy oriented, and including relevant changes in the supply chain and delivery chains. Provision of more value-added service. Number of different collaboration programs were established across the UNECE member states between MSMEs and national stakeholders, also international agencies, universities, and companies from different industries. For most of the European countries, there was an established number of technical and financial advisory support activities, which also show the regional and national involvement into the process of the supporting of the developed market during the COVID pandemic. An important issue is the accessing of the easy markets or even diversification of the existing markets for different companies. Due to remaining COVID-19 travel and transport restrictions, there was a limit of possible ways to increase access to easy markets, or even just increase the sales geography of the proposed product or service. These issues are still relevant for most of the countries from Eastern and Southeastern Europe, Russian Federation, and Central Asia and Caucasus. In 2020 and 21, the remote work modality became a new normal for most of the countries of the UNECE member states. Also, a number of training programs were set by business associations, national and international stakeholders, and also private companies in order to increase capacity of the employees and also support the development of the technologies and additional researches conduction. That's resulted that the research and development portfolio of the MSMEs increased due to improved communications and work from home modalities, which resulted in extra time for using of research and development capacities for improvement of the production or service provided. Additional mentoring and capacity building support is requirement for companies from Central Asia and Caucasus regions. That was also highlighted during the research process. It's also important to mention the applying for international funding process. Most of the MSMEs from UNECE region have access to local and international financing already. There are established mechanisms for communication with relevant national and international stakeholders to initiate capacity building consultations or to browse through available platforms of regional, national, and international funding programs. It's also important to mention that companies could focus on alignment with the pandemic-related activities. And MSMEs from almost all UNECE member states show their alignment with pandemic-related activities already by accepting relevant sanitary rooms, social distancing, and employees' vaccination process according to the specifics of the country where the business is started. Also, during the research which we conducted, we highlighted several best practices and practical measures for MSMEs in getting access to financing. There is a program started by EBRD in Central Asia called Green Recovery and Climate Action in Central Asia, aimed for Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. You can see on the screen the main ideas of the program, and program is prepared for the disbursement of the loans which are used for sustainable investments in green city infrastructure, greener logistic chains, energy efficiency, and green technology transfer. In industrial process, commercial operations, and buildings. It also widely involves the MSME sector, which suffered from the COVID pandemic crisis results, and also support them with the additional funding and giving specific loans with low interest rate. For the case studies for the energy efficiency sector, one of the examples which we received after spreading the surveys to the interested member states is the case study from North Macedonia, company called HAS Engineering, in the project about creation of an engineering system management tool for hotels. So everyone knows that during the COVID pandemic time, the hotel business also suffered a lot, and the income of guests and the money also reduced. And the engineering company HAS was focused on preparing the hotel management tool, which focused on minimization of the human contact between the guests and personnel, increase of the commodity of the customers, and also making the energy management monitoring elements, which resulted into reduction of the energy bills in the hotels, which implemented such a management solution. This is also an IT engineering software which could be widely used and implemented not only in the sphere of the hotels, but also for managing wider range of the facilities. For the renewable energy sector, one of the case studies which we can also highlight in the presentation is the case from the Sweden, the company Exeger, which invested in the flexible solar cells for self-powered gadgets. So the company, during the COVID time, they increased their research and development portfolio and prepared a new product with the flexible solar cells, and they raised a pretty big amount of money, $38 million, to expand their production and the amount of products which they want to introduce on this flexible solar cell market. Currently, they are busy with the preparation of the new production lines and to have the full power of the of this items production by 2023. So more cases you can find in our report. I understand that we are limited in time and we could not highlight more of them. So let me focus on some recommendations for the MSME sector which were prepared in the report. So supporting visibility of the recovery actions for the existing and new investors and the clients. It is important to continue communication and outreach to investors, clients, and partners by disclosure of technical capacity and financial status of the company during the continuing COVID-19 pandemic. Social and media activity. The further development should be focused on elaboration of more user-friendly interfaces for distribution and services maintenance of the products, as well as continuous online consultancy support in case of need. That should be conducted in parallel with common social media promotion. Getting additional funding. It is important to maintain the key service and manufacturing priorities in accordance to the requirements existing for the MSME support programs that are available at the local or national level, as well as international funds. It is also recommended to conduct focused capacity building trainings for technical and operations personnel in order to explain to them how it's better to access for the additional extra budgetary financing. Getting access to the easy markets. MSMEs should follow a clear action plan focused on optimization of the product's expenses and prioritizing access to the profitable markets. Embrace new technologies while relying on the existing human resources. MSME could continue to temporarily embrace new technologies while relying on existing human resources to keep businesses running without losing employees, especially in projects where remote assistance can be provided. Introduction of the COVID-19 protection products and consultancy service, also very important conclusion, and many companies have good success using it. It's important to use positive experience of companies which introduce COVID-19 protection products and consultancy service that could become a good example of finding new markets and potential cooperation partners. conduct and participate in online trainings. So it is strongly recommended for MSMEs to participate and conduct trainings in order to increase their own capacity and also improve communication with the partners and colleagues, and maybe find better solutions towards the recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic. That's it from my side. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think I was on time. If you have any questions, please, I'm looking forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vitaly, and we really appreciate your and Andrei's work on it. We know Andrei couldn't come and couldn't present. We hope he is recovering from his COVID bout. Are there any questions either online? I see Suren wants to ask. Please come somewhere, wherever you see a mic that works.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Vitaly, for your presentation. You mentioned that in South Caucasus countries, there is need for additional capacity building in regard of research and development activities. What in particular part of your research refers to this capacity building needs? So what sort of companies, SMEs or industrial companies, and what kind of capacity building would you have already researched about?
Thank you very much, Suren, for the question. So our work was focused on supporting medium and small size enterprises. So the first approach, we are focusing on this type of the companies which are working in the energy efficiency sphere or renewable energy sphere, not only producers of the specific products, but also companies which are working in the consulting sphere. So here, speaking about the additional capacity building, we also received this request from our counterparts in the survey, which we distributed through the channels of the UNECE. And the biggest request was not only to improve capacity building towards, invention of something new, but also how to use existing technologies which are already implemented in the country, and how to support massive distribution. For example, still there are problems, not problems, but still there are low tariffs comparing to the cost of the specific equipment. I mean, tariffs for the energy resources, not in every country, and it's already growing up. But sometimes additional capacity building for the financial calculations are still required. Additional capacity buildings about how to converse the existing production lines in the specific company. For example, company was producing, I don't know, like small ventilation equipment, but currently they need to be more focused on the ventilation equipment specifically for hospitals, because the COVID pandemic requires additional places in hospitals or additional construction. So this is one of the ways how they can improve their capacity by additional research work with the focus how to adapt their production to the hospital needs. So this is what we're mostly talking about, focus on the MSMEs and capacity building, not only for the creation of something new, but also how to use the existing powers and resources in order to achieve more financing and better income for the companies during these specific times. Thank you.
Thank you, Vitaly. Suren, that responds to your question. Thank you. I think we need to move on, and I will pass the baton of the moderator to Alexander Dukovsky, who you all know well, and he will lead the discussion of the panel and will have the exchange of experiences on measures to support micro, small, and medium enterprises working in the area of energy efficiency and renewable energy, on implementation of recommendations in the current economic and social climate. I think we have more people, panelists in the room than this small table can accommodate. So I think Alexander will now work on giving the seats in some order. I will stop here. Alexander, please.
Thank you, Oleg. Well, because as Oleg mentioned, we have a small table, but very big expertise in the panel. I would recommend we proceed with, let's say, a more regional approach. So I will separate the panel into two groups. So I would invite the experts and the government representatives from Armenia, Georgia, and we have, I think, online from Kyrgyzstan to to sit on the table. So Lucine, Tamar, George, present and accounted for it. And Seren, please. And we will have, I think, Tatiana online as well. Lucine Stepanyan, if I didn't butcher the name. Well, we can proceed, and if she comes to the room or shows up online, we can have her expertise spoken as well. But Suren can also provide us with Armenian expertise in this matter. Thank you all for joining. I will again stress that time is of importance, so be concise and precise in what you are saying. So let's proceed. When Vitaly and Andrei they did the regional study, there was some guidelines that was, let's say, more broader, and we had to go deeper in some of the countries to see what are the specifics, not only from a perspective of how the governments are being addressing the issue of the post-COVID recovery, if we can still say post-COVID while we still have some. The small and medium enterprises responded in different ways, and because all of our countries have different mix of industries and a different mix of access to different types of energies, I think the specific country deep dives gives similar and different results, and we are here to discuss upon them. So the first study from the region, I believe, was being done from Georgia. So Georgi, can you, like, in short, summarize how did the Georgian, let's say, market and the Georgian enterprises cope with all the COVID-19 measures, and how did they see energy as something that was still worrying while everything was going on? Did they did investments in it, or they saw it as an opportunity to further their energy efficiency and maybe even install some renewable energy? Georgi?
Thank you. It's an honor of being on this event and talking in front of you. Thanks for the question and opportunity. I would not say that the key findings was much different that was expected or that was identified in other countries, but I would, in a few words, try to elaborate the situation. Georgia was affected by the COVID similarly to others, and the first immediate reaction of the markets, including the MSMEs working on renewable energy and energy efficiency, due to the fact that energy consumption pattern has been dramatically changed, shifting from the service sector to the household sector, decreasing the consumption in the public and industry sectors. the first ultimate reaction from the market players was from the consumers was increase their energy efficiency and renewable energy self-generation upon the availability and possibilities. That was followed up with the governmental intervention, subsidized energy. So the initiative appeared was kind of immediately the appetite was immediately down by the intervention of the country. Decision makers aiming behind or aiming the subsidizing of the socially unprotected layers of population, but in the end it was translated in the fact that the market stimulation appeared was immediately down. So that was the finding, and that was the observation and finding and recommendation behind was that the government, while making decisions to decrease, increase protections or introduce any subsidies, they have to think twice and consider all pros and cons, including the particular situation when the signal to the market was immediately killed. What was the main reaction from the MSME sectors? They started self-mobilizing and self-grouping, not in the forms of increasing creation of joint stock companies or whatever, but creating associations or clusters. This is more modern word for the professionals, and starting lobbying their positions in front of the government. So this was another critical finding, which I found out the best reaction from the MSME side, and well, colleagues, MSME are called MSMEs because of they have a limited capacities, including the human capacities, and even for this kind of maybe basic issues like lobbying of their interests, they have to be they have to unify their forces and combine joint efforts to make an influence on the market. So I think I tried to answer on your first question. The basic conclusion from Georgia on MSME sector, kind of extension of what I already mentioned, was another findings that due to the limited market size, availability of the operation and maintenance services provided by the MSMEs are also limited, especially for the modern high technologies that are largely imported. So an additional efforts to be made. And in this case, I'm addressing the second question, which you didn't put yet.
Well, Georgi, you answered the question that I wanted to hear, which is okay, and I would rather also hear from the government side of Georgia, because the approaches on how to deal with it probably went from the other side, and so how did the Georgian government and when did the Georgian government responded to the pandemic? And because we all know that almost 90% of the enterprises in Georgia are small and medium enterprises, and they needed support. So how the government did support them, and in what way do you think you would do better if in the future?
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in this session. I would like to start before the COVID situation that after signing the association agreement, Georgia is taking efforts to develop harmonized legislation. And in this regard, we are working on primary and secondary legislation, which embraces all necessary characteristics, including third and fourth energy packages. So in previous years, government of Georgia have adopted several important laws like law on energy and water supply, law on energy efficiency, renewable energy law, and law on energy efficiency in buildings. And now we are working on secondary legislation. Right now we have already adopted 9 bylaws, and elaboration process is still ongoing. In order to support MSME sector, maybe it's we should say a few words about the memorandum which was signed between government of Georgia and Ministry of Education and also Georgian Energy Development Fund. The purpose of memorandum is to facilitate implementation of requirements of Georgian legislation in field of energy, which is defined under association agreement, and to support training of qualified human resources in energy efficiency and renewable energy is the main idea of this activity. And this minimum recommended requirements for vocational training programs for renewable energy source installers. The document is already prepared. Georgian universities are responsible to elaborate relevant educational programs according to this mentioned draft document. In addition, training programs are being prepared right now. Particularly, there are 4 programs like installation of solar photovoltaic systems, installation of shell of geometrical system and heat pumps, installation of solar and thermal systems, and small-scale biomass boilers and stoves. In addition to that, according to the law on energy efficiency, Ministry of Economy elaborates procedures for accreditation of energy auditors. The first draft of this document is already prepared, and the document will be shared with the relevant stakeholders. And after reflecting all the comments and remarks, Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development will submit it to the government for approval. In order to overcome the barriers and challenges of COVID-19, government of Georgia, Prime Minister has presented anti-crisis plan in 2020. The plan was included 3 phases, and the main idea of the plan was to improve social status of citizens and do some certain measures. The first phase of the plan was measures for citizens and business. It was utility fees like electricity, gas, garbage disposal of households were financed, and the finance was from March 2020 till May 2020. And government was financing electricity up to 200 kilowatt hour and gas consumption up to 200 cubic meter. The second phase was economic and social actions, and the third phase was provisions targeted to social assistance for citizens, and the period was defined from May to October 2020. In this regard, I would like to thank UNECE for this fruitful cooperation and conducting the important research on guidelines and best practices for micro, small, and medium enterprises in Georgia, and delivering energy efficiency products and providing renewable energy equipment. Also, I would like to note that in 2020, installed capacity of renewable micro generation plants was increased from 100 kilowatts to up to 500 kilowatt, and this applies to individual customers as well as group of customers that want to have their own source of renewable energy generation for households or non-household purposes. A power plant with capacity under 500 kilowatt can have the status of microgeneration power plant. In 2021, total installed capacity was of those power plant was 17.7 megawatt. Now, I want to summarize and say a few words about that Georgia is in an active phase of reforms, approving relevant legislation, and this will ensure support of MSMEs. In particular, the companies will be established which will work on energy audits, and renewable energy system installators will be supported, and as a result, more jobs will be created, and which will have the qualified and certified personnel. I guess that is all from my side. Thank you once again, and if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you, Tamar, and thanks for giving the government overview on how they are looking the situation in Georgia. I will now go to Tatiana from Kyrgyzstan, and I will ask Tatiana to give us her view on what type of assistance do the small and medium enterprises working in the area of energy efficiency and renewable energy needed to pass this COVID-19 situation, and what is her opinion of what is needed after that, because some of the small and medium enterprises will have difficulties also after the COVID-19. Tatiana, can you please intervene? Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Какие у нас системы развиваются? У нас довольно большое количество тех малых, микро и средних предприятий, которые мы опрашивали, занимаются энергоэффективностью. Чуть меньшее количество занимается развитием возобновляемых источников энергии, но пока развитие рынка очень вялое в связи с тем, что недоразработана законодательная сфера, законодательные юридические акты, которые должны управлять действиями наших компаний. В общем-то, у нас находится то в постоянной переделке, то параллельно разрабатываются какие-то законы и подзаконные акты. В общем, пока у нас совершенно не готова законодательная база для работы, и это очень сильно тормозит развитие всего сектора, развитие этого рынка. Это был, кстати, один из запросов малого и среднего бизнеса и микробизнеса к правительству для того, чтобы те как можно быстрее закончили разрабатывать подзаконные акты, необходимые для работы в этой сфере. Что еще запрашивалось? Конечно, запрашивалась помощь при финансировании, желательно под низкие проценты и долгие деньги. Под низкие проценты, конечно. В принципе, такие деньги были предоставлены и предоставляются до сих пор. Однако у нас большая проблема состоит в том, что коммуникация между правительствами и малым, микро и средним бизнесом, в общем-то, сильно нарушена. Поэтому те рекомендации, которые мы разрабатывали, как для правительства, так и для предприятий, состоят в том, чтобы предприятия и правительство со своей стороны оба создавали бы каналы по общению, связанному с зеленым восстановлением, связанному с развитием биоэнергоэффективности. То есть мы рекомендуем, во-первых, сотрудничать уже с проектами, которые работают, сотрудничать с правительством, искать самим эти возможности и создавать кластеры, создавать ассоциации, через которые они могли бы выходить на министерство, выходить на правительство, предлагать свои какие-то решения, что-то требовать, просить и так далее. В то же время правительству мы рекомендовали быть более открытыми в предоставлении информации о том, какая поддержка оказывается и предоставляется, предлагается нашим предприятиям вот во времена кризиса, потому что На самом деле, хотя поддержка и оказывалась, вот все, кого мы опрашивали, все до одного предприятия сказали, что ничего подобного они не слышали. То есть правительство предлагает поддержку, но не доносит информацию настолько, что предприятия даже не смогли этим воспользоваться. Затем мы, конечно, рекомендовали, что поддержка, которая оказывается малому и среднему бизнесу, должна быть также адресной в области именно поощрения компаний, которые занимаются ВИА и энергоэффективностью. На самом деле у нас этого практически не практикуется, только в этом году у нас начали выдаваться кредиты, сельскохозяйственные кредиты, которые затрагивают вопросы энергоэффективности и ВИА, то есть льготные кредиты на более привлекательных условиях выдаются тем, кто использует солнечные насосы, кто использует капельное орошение, либо другие энергоэффективные, ресурсоэффективные практики. В общем, вот это два главных, как сказать, несколько главных вещей, которые мы рекомендовали для правительства и для малого бизнеса в Кыргызстане.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. It's good insight from the perspective of Kyrgyzstan on something that is still in development. I hope we'll see the final report soon. In a similar situation, right here we are in Armenia. In Armenia we are still doing the report, so at least we have a first overview and findings of what is the situation. So I will go with Suren. And can you tell me what are your first findings on how the small and medium enterprises reacted first to the pandemic, and what kind of assistance did they need, and what kind of assistance did they receive in this period? Thank you.
Thank you. What was the reaction of SMEs? My impression from the research, from my direct communication with SMEs and respondents, as I yesterday presented, were from small and medium enterprises with activities in renewable energy and energy efficiency markets. My impression is that everyone was surviving as they can. Nevertheless, about 40% of respondents were used to take advantage of receiving government support. But it is only about 40%. This means that there is a real problem with communication and visibility of the state support programs from one hand. On the other hand, there was an issue of attractivity of the measures suggested from the side of the government. And this is a dilemma for an enterprise, actively operating enterprise. Shall they spend some time and efforts and resources to receive this support from the government, or they shall continue as they are at the moment of the crisis? No. As you've seen, more than 60% prefer to work as they are. They were working. And the most important result was that the activity in these areas did not decline. It developed despite of the situation. It developed, but it would be developed higher, better, and sooner and more efficient, if not the circumstances connected with COVID-19 and the war, because we have seen that work efficiency was much lesser than it could be in other conditions. We have seen that despite of being not very optimistic about vaccination, we have seen that the more vaccinated, the higher rate of vaccination in companies, the lesser the lesser quantity of the days lost because of being in isolation or being sick. So we can conclude that vaccination, you like it or not, it is something that we have to get in. But on another aspect, we have seen that the vaccination in the SMEs that were very active in this area was much higher, way higher than in general in Armenia. So this means that
there was awareness.
There was awareness, or there was some hope that maybe this helps, or they try this way to avoid being isolated and sitting home instead of going to their job areas. Anyway, the result was just statistical. You know, the factual information is something that you cannot just neglect. It is like a matter of fact. So I think that the most weak part in the policy of the government, which was, by the way, reacted very, very quickly on the situation in the range of 1 month. They still have visibility with working directly with companies or groups of companies. As Tatiana mentioned, the same situation is here. It would be much more efficient if government could allocate special resources to communicate with a group of enterprises. And one issue that, on my point of view, is the most important in it. Renewable energy and energy efficiency development in Armenia is just incrusted in the national policy in the sphere of energy, and as a very important factor of energy development and energy independence and energy security development. But at the same time, it would be much more efficient if the state provide as much priority to these areas as they were shown in policy papers. I mean, the priority that would be reflected in direct support to the organizations, to the SMEs working in this area. And saying companies working in the area of renewable energy and energy efficiency, I can say that there are almost in 100% small and medium enterprises. I think there is only one company, the biggest, that has about 300 people of permanent workers, and they have big, good contracts for this in this market, and the other 99%, other maybe 90% are smaller enterprises. So the policy directed to this range of companies could be more efficient if this support would be targeted in accordance as it was mentioned in the state policy documents. This is mainly that I would like to mention.
Thank you, Suren. Thanks for the, let's say, look into the future report. But we would also like to hear from the government side how they are looking at what was found and how the government did react to the whole situation, and what type of support do you need? It was needed and needed further in the future. So we have Tamara here to tell us.
Ողջունում եմ բոլորին, ես Թամարան եմ էկոնոմիկայի նախարարությունից, կառավարության ուշադրության կենտրոնում միշտ եղել են այնպիսի խնդիրներ, որոնք բախվում են շրջակա միջավայրի աղտոտման կամ ռեսուրսների ոչ արդյունավետ օգտագործման հետ կապված, եւ մանավանդ համավարակի ընթացքում էկոնոմիկայի նախարարության կողմից մշակվել եւ իրականացվել են մի շարք միջոցառումներ, որոնցից ցանկանում եմ առանձնացնել երրորդ եւ առաջին միջոցառումները, որոնց նպատակային ծախսերը ուղղված էին սարքավորումների ձեռքբերմանը, բացի առանձին այլ նպատակային ծախսերից սարքավորումների ձեռքբերմանը ու հիմնական նախապայմաններ նոր սարքավորումների ձեռքբերումը, այդպես մի շարք խնդիրներ լուծելու հետ մեկտեղ էկոնոմիկայի նախարարությունը եւ կառավարությունը նպատակ ուներ նոր սարքավորումների միջոցով կրճատել շրջակա միջավայրի վրա տնտեսական գործունեության կողմից հասցվող վնասները եւ փորձել տնտեսվարողներին հասնել, որ ավելի ճիշտ կլինի նոր տեխնոլոգիաներով աշխատել եւ որոնք որ կկարողանան ոնց որ ռեսուրսներն ավելի արդյունավետ օգտագործել ու դրանք կբերեն նաեւ ոնց որ արտադրողական ծախսերի կրճատման եւ մի շարք խնդիրների կրճատման, միաժամանակ հենց կորոնավիրուսի ընթացքում մշակվեց ու իրագործվեց 19-րդ միջոցառումը պետական աջակցության, որը սկսնակներին էր ուղղված։ Այդ միջոցառման ընթացքում սկսնակ ձեռնարկատերերը նաև անցնում էին դասընթաց ու քանի որ գիտենք, որ ամեն ինչի սկիզբը դա կրթությունն է, դասընթացի ընթացքում անընդհատ ոնց որ տնտեսվարողներին խոսում էինք այն մասին, որ ռեսուրսների արդյունավետ օգտագործումը շրջակա միջավայրին ավելի քիչ վնաս հասնելը մեծ կարևորություն ունի ու հետագայում եւս կառավարությունը պլանավորում է իրականացնել ծրագրեր, միջոցառումներ, որոնք ուղղված կլինեն ռեսուրսների ավելի արդյունավետ օգտագործմանը։
Thank you, Tamara. I do have a lot of questions for everybody because I can hear almost the same messages repeating from Georgia, Armenia, and Kyrgyzstan. But I will first like to hear also from the Southeastern Europe and Europe region first, and then please be in the room so if we have time, we can just jump on some shared experiences. So thanks for everybody on the panel, but please be here so we can communicate further. Thank you, everybody. Let's have thanks. Yeah. Let's have the representative from Macedonia, Albania, and Moldova. So Goran, Sasha, Sergio, Adrian, I think you are, yeah. Adrian, and we have, I think, Besim online. Can we check if Besim is also online? Okay, yes. Great. So we have everybody here. So let's okay, yeah, let's continue. After the regional study, the first study that was done in Macedonia, and Sasha here was expert on that study. So from your findings and your communication with the small and medium enterprises that deals with energy efficiency and renewable energy, what were the first findings? difficulties they faced, how did they overcome, and most important is how this, because in our region we have additional problems. After the COVID pandemic, we have more or less an energy crisis, and recovery from one doesn't mean that you're not going to be faced with other difficulties, and how this whole, let's say, crisis starting from the 2020 goes here, and how the response of the small and medium enterprises. Sasha, please.
Thank you. And first of all, I'm honored to be here and to hear the thoughts and analysis of other countries, so we can learn in the process. For example, in our country at the beginning of the pandemic, the environment apparently in all countries was changed drastically for the small and medium enterprises, and the day-to-day operations were interrupted, and the whole process of work was changed. So with all the restrictions and measures due to the pandemic, most of the small and medium enterprises were affected. More than 70% of them were affected. And the resilience of the company to this kind of environment was small. The most of the companies could resist 1 to 3 months. When the pandemic started, according to the companies, they needed support in several, let's say, measures like wage support, subsidized loans, relief of tax. But according to me, that's a short-term planning. But that was the first crisis that they faced. So the government responded in similar manner, responding to the demand of the small and medium enterprises, and the packages of measures were aimed in that direction. But then when someone passed and we did the analysis, we surveyed several small and medium companies, and I think that their needs changed in a little bit more long term. Because the pandemic did not end quickly, it stayed after, let's say, 10 months. So we found out through case studies and surveys and desk research that the micro and small companies need to implement several of measures, like increased use of, for example, in our country, the Fund for Innovation. They need still some financial measures like preferential loans, but they need to create partnership with other companies to sustain the effect that COVID had on them. The online visibility needed to be increased significantly, and then some of the companies needed to repurpose their, let's say, strategy and mission. So as we can see, that's a little bit more long term than the first reaction from the companies and the measures of the government. So now today we actually act like it's all back to normal, because the effect of COVID is lowered, but the new environment that was created then stayed until now. So that's the new normal. Work from home is normal, and the day-to-day operations are still affected by the crisis. For example, I recovered from COVID 2 months ago, when a project about energy efficient technology was needed to be postponed for a month. So that affected our day-to-day operation. So the new environment continued to be something normal for us, and I think that the mentioned measures that were recommended in 2020 are still important for the small and medium companies, even though the situation is not that drastic now. They are important for the new environment. But also I would like to stress out, as Mr. Alexander Dukovsky said, that now we have another crisis, energy crisis. The energy prices went 4 times higher, for example, for companies in our country. So I think that this new situation made a lot of difficulties for the companies. For example, some of the companies took loans to survive the pandemic, and then now they have increased expenses.
Thank you, Sasha. You can find all the finished reports on the UNECE website. And those that are going to be finished, they will be also published on our website. I will then go to Goran, and little bit different because you already know the report, you know the measures that the government has done to help alleviate the situation of the small and medium enterprises. But from your opinion, what else the government can do to, let's say, bridge again this still stuck in the COVID pandemic, and addressing also the new reality of also increased energy prices? Can you just give us your overview of what the government you think should do to help the small and medium enterprise?
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity to explain the current situation with the COVID crisis and governmental measures to counter these implications caused by the COVID. As it was mentioned previously, during this COVID crisis, the government has implemented several packages of measures to counter this economical impact from the COVID-19. So far, more than 100 measures has been taken by the government, worth 1.2 billion euros to counter this impact from the COVID. Most of this money have been targeted to all economical sectors, including industry, agriculture, tourism, production, etc., including energy sector. Masters that we have previously established this kind of measures for supporting of MSMEs in our country, especially in the field of increasing energy efficiency and renewable implementation of RES technologies. So I think that this process is ongoing in our state. So as it was mentioned by Sasha, in the next coming period, there must be additional new tailored programs by the government for supporting MSMEs, especially in this increasing their energy efficiency and introduction of RES technologies. As we can see, the gas prices and the oil prices are rising. Everything this can be settled only with increasing the energy efficiency and introducing of new technologies in the rest. As it was mentioned on this session, this year we are planning to start with this GFF fund. Money was secured from grant money was secured from this joint SDG fund from UNECE, UNDP. The government will be involved in this fund with 0.5 million euros, and additional loans are expected to be secured from EBRD and 8 private banks. The total amount of this fund is expected to be 46 million, and it will be especially targeted these small businesses and households in order to to increase their energy efficiencies and to introduce new technologies in RES as this new challenge with the energy prices in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Goran, for your intervention. I will now move to Albania, and before we go with the government response, I would like to hear from Besim what is his observation and his finding that was published in the report, and from a time frame when the report was finished until today, have anything changed? Has the situation been, let's say, amended, or is it going in another direction? So can we have Besim online, please?
Hello. Do you hear me? Hello. I am online. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thanks.
Excellent. So can I show my presentation, or I can talk 5 minutes? What's procedure?
I think it would be better just to have you saying that
Okay.
that
Okay.
was reflected in the report.
Okay, I will be brief. First of all, many thanks to you, to Oleg, and especially to my two colleagues which are there in Yerevan, Mr. Adrian from Director of National Agency of National Resource, and Artan, which we have collaborated together. It is very important. This project was done in, as you said, in time of COVID. And very shortly, by briefing, Albanian government took measures right in the beginning, closing the country, and also many lines of support for SMEs. So in Albania was roughly 200,000 workers of SMEs got support. And what was different from other sectors, SMEs producing parts or full products like energy efficiency windows, energy efficiency doors, part of boilers or full part of efficient boilers, solar hot waters and others, really was very little impacted, because the market was well developed, not only for filling the Albanian market, but also for exporting, especially in neighboring countries, in Kosovo, Montenegro, a little in Macedonia, North Macedonia, as my colleague Sasha is there. It's much deep. So it was done quite good work, and comparing micro SMEs with other general SMEs, work was very little stopped during the COVID crisis. It's very important not to keep very important works was done in order to explain to such micro SMEs how huge is the market, in order to reach energy efficiency targets in Albania and REST targets. Albanian government also approved those targets, and now Albanian government approved also national plan for energy and climate, which has even increased. Market only for Albania, for SMEs, it's around 1.8 billion, so it's quite a good market. What is very, very important, it's financially, and all Albanian institutions should be much more involved to secure soft or grant financing. And in the country, like all other Western Balkan, it's EBRD with GEF, which is very important, and other projects in the region. Another very important area which we mentioned and should be much more deep, which is started already, because as you said, we moved from one crisis of COVID to the second crisis from energy. In Albania, we are better elated because we are 100% hydro generation, so it's not impacted from natural gas of the region. And the government took measures, especially for micro SMEs and residential household, to keep the price. And the second thing, which is very important, to introduce solar photovoltaics as auto producers. And in this direction, Albanian government, our distribution company and our regulator should do more, much more, in order to reduce the time of issuing the permits for those micro SMEs to install their PVs in the faster. So using e-Albania, which is a main governmental for getting permits in this, will be very, very good. Many thanks.
Thank you, Besim. And I will go now again from an expert towards the opinion of the government, here represented by Adrian. From your opinion, how did Albania cope with the whole pandemic situation, and how did it support the the small and medium enterprises? And do you see from the results that you get from this kind of support, do you see a potential future policy that can, let's say, in longer term sustain this smaller enterprise?
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Besim, for your points. I want to say that the government of Albania during the COVID period has been quite well involved in one element that I will consider fundamental: communication. It was an open communication with interested parties, as you have in your questions, with small and medium enterprises, but with all interested companies and subjects, are, as we call it in our country. And based on this communication, they have faced the problems. This is an important element, and based on this, the government has also presented its spaces to give a contribute. Because, you know, we are small countries, we don't have too much possibilities, and the transparency is a very good element in such situations when both parties takes responsibilities. And as Besim mentioned in his presentation, with all the measurements taken, I will mention some of these, like payment or contribute for about 3 months for the companies to support payments and financial needs for the employees, or to postpone certain financial obligations or credits by all the subjects, including the Bank of Albania and also financial institution, to support the companies for a certain period with financial obligations, has been two of main measurements which gives these messages. On the other hand, I think that efficiency and energy are becoming day by day more sensitive, and that's why this kind of communications is contributing in this sensitivity. Today, I can say that I don't know any other companies. We have a lot of contacts with small and medium representatives, which not take as a first obligations to take an initiative on this regard. On the other hand, the country is moving quite well, progressing every day with investment in energy, in efficiency, in renewables. You know already that we have interventions in Karavasta, investments with photovoltaic with 140 megawatt, and Spitala Duros with 100. Also, there are about 14 units of photovoltaics with 2 megawatts for a total of 24 megawatts. So efficiency, energy, renewables are becoming part of our culture. The most important thing that I will consider, and it will be also a kind of suggestions even for the organizations which are operating in our country, as we have a great support by UNECE during these years, it will be also to transmit these kind of messages also to the young generations, because their contribute will be fundamental in this issue. So efficiency today, it's part of our lifestyle. And in our lifestyle, we need day by day more culture, more education. Of course, it will be more efficient at the total.
Thank you. Thank you, Adrian. And thank you for the intervention, and thank you for the message. I full-heartedly think that you are right. The new generations are the ones that will, let's say, take us over the river to more sustainable living in general. I will go a little bit eastern now from our region, which is not only the location is interesting, but also from the way that the market is structured, and from the way that Moldova has responded to the challenges of COVID-19, because I do get the feeling that we are sharing the same message all over our country, regardless if it's in this region here or in Southeastern Europe. But from in the middle, Sergio, will you tell us how is the situation in Moldova? And again, I will relate when going from one crisis to another crisis, maybe as Adrian says, being more efficient becomes a lifestyle that, whether we like it or not, it has to be accepted in order to survive in the market. Sergio?
Thank you very much. And first of all, yes, thank you, Alexander, and thanks all organization committee for inviting me, and also not at the last to UNECE for providing assistance and help to conduct this study. For the Republic of Moldova, the beginning of the COVID crisis didn't come along because the year 2019, it was a very dry year, so we have a drought. And the economy was heavily affected by these two events. And micro, small, and medium enterprises management. It is under the mandate of Ministry of Economy of Moldova. So immediately when the crisis started in 2019, the Ministry of Economy conducted one additional survey, which is much wider, just to see the macroeconomic indicators and so on. And this study was done by our dedicated organization in Moldova. We have in Moldova the Organization for Development of Small and Medium Enterprises. So we have a dedicated agency that help the company with different projects. So first reaction, it was by the government to increase for the second year the programs that are for micro, medium, and small enterprises 400%. Thanks. So what I try to say that our UDIM organization have the program for attract remittances because more than 500,000 people working abroad, FARE 1+1. We have a startup for young program, which is 20 million allocation for this kind of program. We have a growth and internalization program, which is about 15 million allocated. We have greening small and medium micro enterprises. We have SME guarantee fund, and we have dedicated program for digitalization of micro, small and medium enterprises, and again, dedicated program for women in business, especially women who are leading the micro and small enterprises. So via this program, the support was increased 400% for the thank you. For the country. So and of course it is a huge contribution in limits of the possibility of the government, and we should say here that of course many thanks to our international partners and organizations that provided this kind of support. As a result of this study, the government approved a law on supporting economy of Moldova, including SMEs, in fighting the COVID crisis. And what the government did, first of all, it was suspension of all audit on financial statements. So no audit for SMEs, postpone deadline for income tax statement. So moratorium on all kind of inspections. So no inspection going to MSME, and VAT reduction. So today we have VAT, also no, we did have VAT 20%, and VAT is decreased to 15%. But this is only for HoReCa sector. It is hotel, restaurants, and catering, HoReCa. So VAT tax. And again, the increasing the state budget to support to this MSME to 452 millions of the money in the country. And banks have the possibility to delay deadline for the payments because, again, the financial problems come. Finally, about the women in business, 100 million were allocated by the government to support women-driven businesses, mainly MSME. And if we speak about women, I would like to say that 30%, according to our study, which we conducted, 30% of the women received the salary cut. So 30% of women, it's not because of it is only 30%, but mainly it is because the area of energy, it is somehow driven by men. So engineers and energy auditors and people. So because of this, women are affected. So now, next, what the law foreseen? Refund of 100% of personal income tax and social security tax. So 100% is refunded by the government. Now, people who are fired and have worked at least half a year before this firing moment, they receive 60 to 80% salary by the government. And of course, this is not about MSME, but 660,000 people of Moldova received an plus 900 Moldovan lei additional to the income. Now, most important, it is that National Bank of Moldova cut the base rate to 3.2%. In order to understand the comparison, 3.25 actually. Before it was 11. And here special attention and discussion were done about the possible role of National Bank to MSME to help them to survive in future crisis, because it doesn't look like the future will be stable and sustainable. So the idea it is that because the country pays more than 20% of GDP for energy, and the prices for energy affect very much the national economy, it is proposed by some discussions with our enterprises that National Bank of Moldova to also be involved and as one of stakeholders, not key stakeholder, but one of stakeholders, together with Ministry of Economy, who is responsible for MSME, National Bank with Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development, because this is the mandate it is for energy. So it is a kind of communication in order to develop special tools for companies, including medium and small companies, working in energy efficiency and renewable energy for the country that imports 100% of fossil fuel and 80% of electricity. So this to keep this more stable situation. Now, what we recommend? We do recommend to increase to increase the value of innovation funds, because many companies did apply to during this lockdown to innovation funds, to use preferential loans for energy efficiency and renewables. It's about banks, to create partnership to access supply, because supply chain was interrupted, and our programs are mainly oriented to export or export promotion. So to help company to access external market, but it is necessary to help company to import also, because small companies, they don't have big quantities of the supply. Online visibility to be increased, training for employees, repurposing to new services, and invest in energy efficiency and renewables, because the country has the objective to build 400 megawatts renewable energy, and the tender it's coming next spring. So it's a huge potential for MSME to participate in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergio. And first, I would like to apologize that we don't have time for open discussion. I wanted to pick your brains a little bit more of the entire panel of the previous and this session, but I will just summarize if I can, and we are going to move with the discussion between ourselves outside these rooms. The messages that I'm hearing from the entire region is that we have a missed opportunity to market energy efficiency and renewable energy, even in the period where messages about the effects of COVID-19 were being transmitted. Because we heard from Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, we heard from Macedonia and from Albania that first you need to be aware that there is a kind of a support scheme in order to use that support scheme. And if we have enterprises that 40 or 50% of the enterprises are aware and apply for such a support, then it means that we as a policymakers and we as governments and experts, we failed to do our mission to transmit that message to actually to our economy, because in most of our countries, 90% of the economy is being driven by the small and medium enterprises. What I also can summarize and see that governments were fast to react on changes, and they gave obviously a lot of leeway to the companies in order to help them during this crisis. But I also fail to see a longer term strategy on how to deal with this, because this is not going to be one type of crisis and it's going to end it. On the other hand, you would not be able to sustain any prolonged policy of just giving money, tax reduction and everything, because the country has to, and the public services has to be financed from somewhere. So that means that this maybe is a trigger that we need to do more as a government to create policies that are more sustainable and create opportunities for businesses to be first more energy efficient, more resource optimized, and at the end of the day, if we have availability of renewable energy, to definitely change the energy mix of the country. We heard from example from Albania, a country that is heavily dependent on hydro energy. With probably climate change, that will have some kind of effect, but because it's basically on renewable energy, the energy prices haven't affected, like for example in Moldova, also with the drought that Sergio mentioned in 2019, connected again to the pandemic, and then again with the gas crisis. So this means that we need to have more sustainable policies and policies that are done together, both the government and those that benefit out of these measures. And it is up to us, the experts, to try to explain on both sides what are the benefits and what are the costs for each of the policies. I'm sorry that I didn't have the time to pick your brain more, but I think that we are more or less on time, and I would like to conclude this this panel session, and please give a round of applause for the entire panelists, those that are on the table and those that were on the table, and let's do better, guys, next year. Thank you. I will now give the floor to Oleg.
Thank you, Alexander. A question to our co-organizers. Maybe it's a good time to have a group photo, because after we do the closing session, people will start disappearing. So this is my suggestion. So maybe we could, I don't know, Varsenik, please. Yeah, that's there. You are the boss, please. But there is this thing that would be, if you can move it. So the suggestion is we all move to the lobby and have a photo in front of the very nice mural or whatever it's called. Okay, so let's go outside.
Starting? Yeah.
Okay, dear colleagues, we have come to the conclusion of this 3-day conference, which was, I believe, very productive, very interesting, a lot of interesting discussions, a lot of very good presentations, a lot of panels that I think gave us all food for thought. I don't want to keep you here for too long. I'd like to give the floor to Varsenik Loyan from Habitat for Humanity Armenia. Before that, I would like to thank all the partners, Habitat for Humanity, United Nations Development Program, all the colleagues from UNECE, UN Economic Commission for Europe, colleagues from USAID who made this possible, and of course the government of Armenia and very hospitable Armenian people. And I hope we will have many more events in Armenia, events and activities. So events by itself can only do so much, but we need to actually do things here. And my sincere gratitude to interpreters who had to survive through these 3 days and help us much. Varsenik, please.
Thank you, Oleg. Dear partners, colleagues, participants, speakers, we are thankful to you all for being with us during these 3 days of active discussions and exchange of knowledge. We do believe that this conference will serve its purpose, which is transferring the learned key knowledge and best practices into real actions at local level. We are thankful to our partners, UNDP and UNECE, for collaboration in the organization of this conference. We are grateful to our partner USAID for their financial assistance and partnership throughout our effort in helping our efforts towards increasing energy efficiency in residential buildings. Special thanks goes also to our partners at Habitat for Humanity International for their continuous support during the organization of this event. We do hope that you enjoyed the conference and it was fruitful for all of you. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Besim Nebiu from Habitat for Humanity International, who is Director of Central Eastern Europe region. Please, Mr. Nebiu, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Varsenik, and thank you, Oleg. Greetings from Bratislava to all of you, and I'm really sorry that we couldn't be here today at this conference, and we are joining hybrid. We could have also taken the opportunity for the photo shot with you, and yeah, it's been a while since we last were there, and I think it points, this current crisis points to the need of extending and intensifying our work and collaboration on these issues. I would like to thank the team that organized the conference, so the UNECE, Oleg and Varsenik, and our team with Habitat Armenia, who are working on the Rely project, which is one of the co-organizers of this activity. But in doing so, I would also like to extend and to repeat what Varksanik says, to extend our gratitude to United States Agency for International Development. We started the Rely project 10 years ago, exactly in 2012. And it has been a very, very fruitful cooperation and of partners that is truly recognized, and we think that we should be celebrating that fact. While USAID's vision is supporting the Eastern European and Western Balkan countries and Caucasus countries in energy independence, Habitat's vision is to create a decent place to live for residents of apartment buildings and generally for people in their homes. And I think this activity, this project shows how these two needs meet, how the energy policy and the investment in the energy sector and the housing policy and the investment in the housing sector have an intersectionality, and how they should be coupled maybe together with some of the other policy headings such as social policy. We are, as Habitat for Humanity International, committed to support Armenia and our office there, but also the partners we have in Armenia, in supporting communities of homeowners to ensure energy access and efficient living in the housing premises is met. We are extremely grateful for USAID's leadership and vision, but we're also grateful to UNECE for combining their effort and for supporting our efforts over these past 10 years. And I would like to specifically recognize that since Oleg is here. We also would like to thank the conference partners and important stakeholders in the region who are committed to alleviating energy poverty and who work on energy efficiency in the region. This includes obviously UNECE, but also the UNDP Armenia office and some of the other UNDP programs in Armenia that we have cooperated with in the past. The maintenance and energy efficiency renovation of owner-occupied multi-apartment buildings in CEE in the broad sense is the biggest housing challenge. It's not just in Armenia, it's also a challenge in Slovakia, where I'm sitting right now. And it affects in so many ways the residents, and this is our primary concern. It affects affordability, it affects access to heating, but it also affects climate change, and in a big way in the larger cities, air pollution. Therefore, I think these conferences are the right thing to do, to bring together all champions of the cause, because the cause needs to be championed. And there needs to be more discussion, there needs to be more advocacy, there needs to be more policy suggestions. And we need to work with those that can move things in the right direction here on all of these aspects. Therefore, for us, stakeholder engagement is the right measure. It is as important as the policy measure, bringing people together and hearing out each other, getting out of the silos, reaching out across different languages. And I don't mean only languages as different nations, but also different technical languages, different skill sets, is, I think, what is needed for sustainable transformation of the way that energy used in the residential sector in the region. We are committed to advocacy initiatives, but we're also committed to market interventions through our Habitat network globally and regionally, and we will continue to do so. I would, in closing, want to specifically thank Varsanik Kloyan and the colleagues at Habitat for Humanity Armenia for having worked in a very committed and very hard fashion over the past years, and in connecting with all the others who share the same vision from UNDP and UNECE, and putting this conference together in what are really difficult circumstances with everything that is going on right now. These have been very, very important conversations in the past 3 days, and we hope to be able to follow on that. So thank you, Varsenik and the team at Habitat Armenia. With that, I would like to thank all the participants for the very, very good discussions, rich experience, and sharing of ideas in a very collegial and very friendly manner. Hopefully next time we will organize a conference in real life. It will be more live than hybrid than this time. And until that happens, I would like to convey my personal greetings and greetings on behalf of Habitat colleagues in the region. Thank you, Varsen.
Thank you, Besim. I think this was a very appropriate and very concise and comprehensive overview of what we have done in the last 3 days and what are the next steps forward. So many thanks to Habitat for Humanity International, to you, Besim, to Jury, to Zita, and all others, and of course to all the staff of Habitat for Humanity Armenia here. As you just said, we have hopes that the next event that we will have in Armenia will be fully physical or fully offline. Strange words. I mean, think about it. 2 years ago, if anybody said, I would like to have a physical event, people would probably look at what kind of weirdo is this? Or we're going to have an offline event. What? Well, anyway, we live in interesting times, and I believe that's one of the Chinese war's courses. May you live in interesting times. So anyway, let's hope we'll have times that are a little bit more boring, but that will allow us to come to Yerevan and to other places on this planet safely and get together and discuss important issues and make important things, useful things happen for all of us. And again, with hopes that we indeed meet in 5, 6 months, 7 months maybe, here in Armenia for the 12th International Forum on Energy for Sustainable Development. Don't quote me on that yet, please. It's not a commitment until we have an official letter from Armenia, but I really hope that will happen and very much look forward to it. Thank you, and I think I would like to give kind of a virtual gavel to Varsenik to officially close the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Oleg. Thank you, Besim. I think you all did a very good conclusive sentences for this conference. I don't have much to add, just I want to also to thank again to all participants. And I've forgotten to say a special thanks to the speakers and moderators, because they also dedicated time to participate and exchange their knowledge. Special thanks, because without you, this conference wouldn't be so interesting and so insightful. I also agree with Oleg that we hope to see next time all participants in person with face-to-face discussions, which I believe is even more efficient than online communication. And we look forward to seeing you again in the upcoming events. Thank you.
Thank you. It will be my souvenir.
That sounds